I would say we could all go to our seats. Good morning, everybody. Shall we start with a prayer? In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Azioni e accompagnale con il tuo aiuto, perché ogni nostra attività abbia sempre da te il suo inizio e in te il suo compimento. Per il nostro Signore Gesù Cristo, tuo Figlio, che è Dio, e vive e regna con te nell'unità dello Spirito Santo per tutti i secoli dei secoli. Amen. Nel nome del Padre, del Figlio e dello Spirito Santo.
Amen. Let me reiterate my greetings and turn this and hand this right over to the Chancellor of the Pontifical Theological Institute, John Paul II, Monsignor Vincenzo Paglia. So, good morning, everybody, all of you. I'm very happy that I am inaugurating this third meeting, which is the conclusive one in this cycle scheduled by our institute alongside with the dicastery for the laity on the occasion of the 5th anniversary of Amoris Laetitia. I wish to thank all organizers, in particular Professor Pagazzi, for coordinating these three conferences that aimed at an in-depth study of Amoris Laetitia through some theological categories in view of mutual enrichment. This is the third word we address, tradition. And tradition requires very particular kind of attention. I should like to link it also to the history of our institute. Within the horizon of the dimension of heritage, which is received and should be handed on. I'm sure our speakers will be able to grasp the richness of this process, which might be called, pace Professor Sequeri, generative. Tradition is invariably generative. It is not up to me to deal or to delve into this topic, but as an inaugural consideration, let me recall Matthew 25, the parable of the talents. The master summons his servants and gives them 5, 2, or 1 coins. So this is the coins that they receive should be put to good use. The master does not want the heritage to be, for instance, buried underground with the consideration that the talent, the coin belongs to the master and should be returned as such. So we're all familiar with this parable. And let me say that in this institute, nobody ever did what the last servant did in the parable. Here we have a linkage in terms of time, but not only time. This year, we celebrate the 5th anniversary of Amoris Laetitia, but let me try to add another memory. The motu proprio Summa Familiae Curae of the following year. Amoris Laetitia was published in 2016, and the next test, the motu proprio, dates from 2017. This is a very important sequence in time, very significant in the sense of the tradition, because Pope Francis picks up the legacy that John Paul II so wisely and boldly handed to the Catholic Church and inaugurated a new season, as he wrote in his motu proprio. And I should like to make an extensive quotation from that text. Francis wrote, this synod season, and remember, there's a connection, the synod and the renewal of our institute. This synod season, wrote the Pope, led the Church to renewed awareness of the gospel of the family and of the new apostolic challenges that the Christian community is called upon to accept along the itineraries of pastoral conversion of our community and of a missionary transformation of our church. It is necessary for us, whenever we reflect on marriage and the family, that we always pay attention to the wounds of mankind. So as we approach an in-depth study of pastoral theology, we should also, and by the same token, pay attention to the fact that there is a valuable contribution of thought and reflection, investigating rigorously the truths of revelation and the wisdom of the tradition of faith in view of a better understanding of the present time. I think that these words by the Pope are meaningful and open up perspectives. And Pope Francis wrote on the cultural and ideological change that impacts all aspects of life and requires a diversified approach, does not allow us to always hark back to just the past. We need to be aware and passionate interpreters of the pastoral wisdom as we deal with individuals in all of their dimensions, including the emotional, the family dimension. So we should look with the intellect of love and with wise realism to the realities of the family today in all of its complexity, in all its points of light and shadow. For this is the reason why the Pope considers it necessary for the Institute to undergo a change. For these reasons, the Pope writes on, I thought it fit to confer upon the John Paul II Institute a legal status so that the saints' insights may be even better acknowledged and appreciated today in its fruitful potential. So I have come to the decision to establish a theological institute for the sciences of marriage and the family, so that its scope is broadened in terms of the pastoral and ecclesial mission, but also with reference to the developments in human sciences and of the anthropological culture in such a crucial realm for the life of the church. End of quote. So it was a lengthy, very extensive quote, and it's unusual to include such an extensive quote in the opening remarks. But I thought it apt because I should like to inscribe our commitment into this vision of Pope Francis, to whom we are indebted in terms of gratitude, because ever since the inception of his pontificate, he has been monitoring and following the developments of this institute. He has been closely monitoring the development of the post-synodal text. Back then, I was the president of the Pontifical Council for the Family, but also my inception as chancellor of this institute. So this understanding of tradition as growth is part and parcel of the history of this institute, as is clearly shown in our new curriculum. I wish to thank Professor Sequeri for his invaluable work in this respect. We all can see the wealth of thought and perspectives, and in this radically renewed approach. So with gratitude, I am greeting Professor Bourlaine, who accepted these changes. The work is not over, as a matter, dear Father Bourlaine. On the contrary, this institute should should be very ambitious and strive to further enrich its formation offer and its cultural creativity. I think that these are two decisive dimensions of its activity: promoting new culture and at the same time being able to form new teachers, new scholars. This is a great responsibility that we hold in the face of the church and in the face of the whole of society. In my various meetings with churches of the world, I perceive every single time an urgent request that our institute provides new perspectives concerning these two important themes, i.e. marriage and the family. Of course, we're facing a number of challenges. I am thinking, for instance, of the ecclesiological implications of Amoris Laetitia. Remember the coins to be multiplied. We only received one. The ideological approaches that should be made explicit and is studied and analyzed in depth. All of this requires a new forma ecclesiae, to be a familia Dei, and to say that the church, whenever it addresses the topic of the family, should be addressing herself, lest it becomes irrelevant. So this should be done by including the heritage of pastoral tradition, but avoiding the weakness of the theology of family understood as a sort of extension or appendage to the theology of marriage. I think this should give us all food for thought. We've seen the term family as being virtually absent in the code of canon law. Also, we need to overcome the gap between theology and pastoral care. Here at this institute, we've always kept in mind the prologue to Veritatis Gaudium. So let me now conclude my introductory remarks by thanking you all, the faculty, the students, our employees. All of you are involved along this path that we embarked upon at the impulse, with the encouragement of Pope Francis. And I thought it apt to mention this perspective because today we're dealing with the third theme, tradition, but we want to do so in a very concrete manner. I have just returned from Washington. I was there last week, and I feel that it is my responsibility to bring about further growth in involving all of our chapters and sections abroad, so that they walk in plurality, but along the one path that we have embarked upon. We have embarked upon a path that I do hope and wish will bring further benefits both to the church and to society. The issues of marriage and the family are central to the Humana Communitas of our time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie al cancelliere per queste.
Thank you, Chancellor, for your words of encouragement for the work this morning and for the whole activity of our institute. Let me now come to a short introduction to our ideas concerning this conference. The 5 years of Amoris Laetitia brought to a critical temperature even the idea of tradition. According to some, the papal document adopted a model of tradition as in deepening of faith. According to others, the model, the backdrop to some parts of Amoris Laetitia is really one of replacement. So the intention of this conference is to arrive at the idea of tradition, not starting directly by discussing this word. Rather, our strategy will be to bring together and compare the dynamic of tradition and approach it in the perspective of two common creatural cultural gesture with a strong phenomenological and pastoral approach, as His Excellency just mentioned. It's truly a bringing together Veritatis Laetitia with Evangelii Gaudium. I'm sure the authors of those texts have thought of these two gestures, and these two gestures are the experience of heritage and the dyad memory forgetfulness. So we're trying to pastorally investigate even middle age this afternoon. We want to look in depth into the generation which in the family most feels most keenly the beauty of the tradition of heritage. The gesture of bequeathing and the gesture of inheriting are amongst the most significant in the life of man, and they concern seasons of history and seasons of the history of the church, because inheritance, heritage condenses a person's life and requires an appraisal of the legacy received without squandering it. It alludes to the painstaking work of sharing one's inheritance. It is also, there's also a negative side of inheritance, inheriting bad reputation, inheriting debt, but it could be also a factor of promotion. It could be a factor of inhibition if it's the inheritance is too heavy and invasive. So protecting one's inheritance may be a factor of promotion, but also of fetishism. The will of the deceased continues to be effective in those who are still alive and who are inheriting it. So it's heritage is always has always been at the center of complex normative systems that require a lot of professional skills, the lawyers, the notaries, public, and others. Theologically, it has not been broadly studied, and yet there is a linkage between the notion of inheritance and the idea of the inheritance by Israel of the Holy Land. Israel is also called the heir, and the baptized are also the heirs of Christ. So all of the Christian treasure of wisdom and faith can be read in terms of inheritance. The second gesture I mentioned concerns memory and forgetfulness. We are who we remember and who we forget. And memory and forgetfulness do not limit themselves to being exclusively mental operation, but also involve the whole of man's heart. In Italian, ricordare and scordare, to remember and to forget, contain the root of the word cor, that is heart. And to remember attaches to memory the ability to keep together the members of a person or of a community, so that forgetfulness implies the dispersion of the parts of a living body. Generally, in the story of, in the history of mankind, there has been attention to this dyad, memory, forgetfulness, yet neither one of them is clear and distinct. Both have points of shadow. Of course, without memory, fidelity and gratitude are impossible in relationships and even in the generations of the church. However, memory is also the prime matter of resentment, of revenge, everything that stands in the way of reconciliation. And not only that, the obsession of being remembered feels like an awkward move to obtain a sort of, victory over death. On the other hand, if forgetfulness is the root of infidelity, ingratitude, it is also the starting point of forgiveness, as Saxon languages show, because vergeben, vergessen, to forgive and forget, are connected etymologically. If forgetfulness does not delicately lay its veil upon the offenses of the past, it's difficult to start forgiving. There is something very compelling in this dimension of forgetfulness. So this afternoon, as I was mentioning, we are going to be dealing with the later age of life, what we call the terza età, third age in Italian, viewed, of course, in connection with the theme of inheritance. Quantitatively, in quantitative terms, the adults, men and women who live in the middle age, between, let's say, 35 or 40 and 50 years of age and on, are experiencing a season of life where they are most of the time enjoying a certain professional security and an emotional security, even in second marriages. So that is a time for for a greater sense of of mastery, of energy. At that time, you've had children, but that's also the age when the expectations and illusions of youth are eroded, and you are faced with the harsh reality. It's also the time when professional failure is perceived with the greatest pain, and it's a season when death enters brutally into life under the guise, in the guise of one's own or other people's, dear people's disease. When we observe our parents grow old, those who are going to leave an inheritance behind. That's the age where you experience the harshest, the hardest, the most painful losses, the loss of your parents that have shown you the path, who have shown you the path into life. But it's also an opportunity for announcement. It's a very good pastoral season. So in that season, the issues of memory and forgetfulness take on sometimes very dramatic tones. So this is the, these were the starting points or the seminal ideas for the work that lies ahead. I want to thank this institute, in particular the Gaudium et Spes chair, presided over by Professor Sequeri, the dicastery for laity and family, the secretariat that bear the organizational burden of organizing this conference, the faculty members who I am sure will offer their competent contribution to our work.
Bene.
Very well. Without further ado, let us give the floor to Professor Donatella Scaiola. She is a full professor of the School of Missiology of the Pontifical Urbaniana University, and she's an invited professor here at the John Paul II Pontifical Institute. She's a member of the presidency board of the Italian Biblical Council. Amongst her latest books, we would like to mention David, King, a Believer, a Man, Padua, 2021, and just off the press, Jezebel, the Queen Who Challenged Elijah, Milan, 2022. We asked the professor to provide us with a biblical approach in the rereading and rewriting of the Bible, inheritance as premise and promise. The floor is all yours, Professor, and I wish you all the best. Good morning to you all. I would like to thank the Institute for their kind invitation. And of course, the topic that was entrusted to me in 30 minutes, I can only provide you with a few hints. So a very interesting subject matter indeed, which I have also changed somehow in the process of rereading and rewriting in and of the Bible. I thought that this would be perhaps more consistent with my studies. And I would like to subdivide my presentation into 4 parts that I have defined as the theoretical frame of reference terminology. The second one would be the theological stakes. The third step, which is a little bit broader, refers to examples of rereading and rewriting in and of the Bible. And then a very brief conclusion. Regarding the first point, the theoretical framework of reference terminology, of course, when we speak of rereading and rewriting in the Bible, a number of authors immediately come to mind, among them Paul Beauchamp. And this is a quotation from Paul Beauchamp, who pointed out that the structure of the First Testament is understood in the light of rewriting. A principle, rewriting, which very briefly can be considered as the fundamental law of the composition of the scriptural whole, end of quote, from Pietro Bovati in an article published in Theologia, a monograph dedicated to Paul Beauchamp. So according to this author, it was Beauchamp, not Bovard any longer. So the first writing, that of the law, the Pentateuch, is contrasted by the writing of prophecy. And then finally, we have the further rewriting, which is wisdom. And I would like to quote once again a sentence from Beauchamp, which is often quoted when speaking of this topic. And this is the quote from Beauchamp again. The law establishes a before. Every law is carried over to an archetypal era, and every archetype is the place of a law. The prophet posits a now, and the wise man an always. End of quote. Within each of these 3 components, which of course match the structure of the Old Testament, there appears to be the phenomenon of rewriting, which Beauchamp defined as deuterosis. And here, a quotation once again, deuterosis is a learned term that refers to the particular form of repetition that is found in some important section of the biblical text, end of quote. This term, which is actually awful, it's ugly, refers to Deuteronomy at the conclusion of the Pentateuch, to the Deutero-Isaiah, the Deutero-Sophia, which according to Beauchamp was found in Proverbs from 1 to 10, which per se is not a section which is at the end of a corpus, but according to Beauchamp, it has endowed with a literary form which is akin to that of Deuteronomy. But when we speak of rereading and rewriting in the Bible, other terms and other authors come to mind and that we can also refer to. Different schools of thought, different methodologies, different outlooks. And very briefly, I will list a number of terms to hint at the situations that I'm referring to, and also to make you appreciate the broad scope of rewriting and rereading and the difficulties that this activity entails. For instance, we can talk about an anthological reading, midrash, intra-biblical exegesis, intertextuality, Fortschreibung, and so on and so forth. So, of course, each of these terms refers to a world, and we would have to explain and delve into each of these worlds. It's a kind of work that we could be then compared to the 13th toil of Hercules, both considering the similarities and the differences existing amongst the different authors. So I would just briefly hint at this specific point in the written form of my paper. I will be able to engage in a deep dive into these different categories. But if we think about the aim we're pursuing today, I would like to conclude for my very short presentation, would like to conclude as follows, which is the rereading and rewriting of and in the Bible. Not only it is something that it exists and has been recognized for many years, but it is present massively in the biblical text. It basically performs a structuring function for the Bible. If we go back to Beauchamp's suggestion that I mentioned earlier, but the ways he means to define this activity and understand this activity vary depending on the terminology that is being used, and also depending on the interpretation that the authors give to the different terms. So it seems to me to be a very challenging and a stimulating world to investigate with the related difficulties that are implied. And amongst the difficulties, and this is the second step that I would like to make, is the theological kind of difficulty, the theological stakes I mentioned earlier. Because when we talk about rewriting and rereading on the Bible from the theological standpoint, there are a number of questions that are implied, that are inherent in this issue that I will list very briefly. The matter of the reading and rewriting calls into play the canon. So the processes whereby the canon is formed, the relationship between canon and community of faith, in the plural form, communities of faith, and then this calls into play the formation of the biblical text and the different ways in which this process can be understood. It calls into play the concept itself of biblical text, what a text is. It calls into play the author, quote unquote. These terms are all in quotes. You will see this in the written version of my paper, and it calls into play an issue of exegesis. How should we interpret a text in a diachronic way? So referring to the genetic process that has led to the text as it is now, so the different sources, or instead of synchronic reading. But the exegetic debate is still an open issue. It calls into play also the scribal techniques, and we will see some examples in the next chapter. And it calls into play also the relationship with the extra biblical context, so between the biblical text and contexts. I would just to refer to Genesis 1:11 with a reference to extra biblical creation myths and also the theme of the law, a whole world that opens up. So the theological stakes, I believe, are very interesting to explore. And the horizon within which, or the landscape within which, my contribution should be considered goes beyond what we can do here now, but this opens up several glimpses or pathways which, from the interdisciplinary point of view, should be explored further. More specifically, when we refer to the subject matter at hand, I would like to suggest to you some examples of rewriting and rereading of in the Bible. This is chapter 3. And the examples that I would like to suggest should be considered at different levels in the process of rereading and rewriting. So we start from individual verses, or instead longer excerpts, or instead the relationship that I only mention here, but I will not elaborate on, which is the relationship between the Old and New Testament. Regarding a number of examples taken from the legislative corpus of the Old Testament, first of all, I would like to mention a circumstance, a situation that is found in the biblical text, especially in the legislative corpus of the Old Testament. We find a number of additions, or we might say that the legislative text grows, following a dynamic that Fishbane and Professor Sonnet, who taught here at the Institute, defined as a dynamic of Fortschreibung. Fortschreibung means when you keep writing, the continuation of writing. This is a category from, a quotation from Levinson. Fortschreibung is a category that refers to intra-biblical expansions on a small scale, or instead it refers to extrapolations that illustrate or explain an individual sentence or a literary unit with a later explanatory than commentary. What is meaningful and significant, I believe, is that in the Bible, in the Old Testament, we see the emergence of the formula of the canon in the broader sense of the term. Of course, I'm not talking about a mere list of biblical texts. So the formula of the canon, which is also found in the Mesopotamian literature, so it is not something that's peculiar to the Bible. And I would like, this is a quote from Deuteronomy 13. Actually 12:32, everything that I command you shall be careful to do, you shall not add to it or take from it. So basically, it is a way to say that the text has achieved its normative form. So a canonical text is therefore a closed text. It cannot be abridged, it cannot be lengthened or integrated. Then what can we do to respond to the needs of later generations who find themselves faced with new situations and new challenges at various levels, at political, intellectual, ethical level, and so on and so forth? What can we do? How then can the Word of God be relevant and not just something that is quoted and not implemented? The scribes inscribe the new in the old, which I believe is the summary of my entire talk, practicing what Levinson has called the hermeneutics of innovation. And I would like just to share a couple of examples with you to show you how this plays out in practice. For example, regarding the laws related to the Paschal lamb, how to eat the Paschal lamb, and we're talking about individual verses here. In Exodus 12:9, we read, do not eat any of it, the lamb. Do not eat any of it raw or boiled with water, but roasted. its head with its legs and its inner parts. In Deuteronomy 16:7, that once again refers to the same topic, we read, "And you shall boil the lamb, and you shall boil it and eat it at the place which the Lord your God will choose." And the same law is referred to in the second book of the Chronicles, chapter 35, which states, "They roasted the Passover lamb with fire according to the ordinance, and they boiled their holy offerings in pots, in cauldrons, and in pans, and carried them quickly to all the people." So there's a kind of harmonizing process at work which reconciles and keeps together the same law in different contexts, but it is a law that refers to a Passover. So it is not a secondary law. If there are any, I don't know if there are any actually, but this is for sure a primary law. In this case, we can say that we have a harmonizing kind of rewriting. In other instances, legislative kind of rewriting. Rewriting in this case is creative, right? So you inscribe what is new in the old. Regarding the Hebrew slave, in Exodus 21:2, we read, "When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt." In Deuteronomy 15, we find the same law, and which is expanded. It's extended because the text states that if a member of your community, whether a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you and works for you 6 years, in the 7th year you shall set that person free. On the other hand, in Leviticus 25, then you find the verses in my written paper. This excludes the service of a Jew from being assimilated to a form of slavery. And the text states that if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you with you until the year of the Jubilee. So very quickly, we have looked at a situation in which there is an attempt to harmonizing these different these texts, and then it's a different situation in which creation is attempted. But there is a third example where rewriting may even go so far as to say the opposite of what the law once said. And I'm talking about the Decalogue. If I read Exodus 20, "You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of parents to the 3rd and the 4th generation of those who reject me, but showing steadfast love to the 1000th generation of those who love me and keep my commandments." In Deuteronomy 7, instead we read, "Know therefore that the Lord your God is God, the faithful God, who maintains covenant loyalty with those who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations." So who love him and keep his commandments, "and who repays in their own person those who reject him." So we do not have the 3rd and the 4th generation any longer. "Who repays in their own person those who reject him. He does not delay, but repays in their own person those who reject him." We can say that these are just a few examples out of thousands that I might share with you. If we move on to the narratives, if we step out of the legislative part of the text and we move to the narratives in the book of Ruth, mostly 2 laws are mentioned. The blood vengeance and debt redemption, let's say, and levirate, which are not identical according to the Torah. The Goyle Shach had a few let's say, functions, or like pay the debts of a relative who had basically found himself or herself in bad circumstances. Instead, the levirate is a different situation. It is the brother-in-law who, in specific circumstances, can marry his sister-in-law. So the Golchak law is mandatory, the Levirate is not. And it's quite specific. And in the book of Ruth, the two laws basically intermingle, they're mixed together. There are two laws that refer to solidarity within a family. And I believe that these two laws are mixed together, not out of ignorance or because there's a reference to an ancient law, but because there is a tangible problem to be addressed. There are two widows who are childless, who are poor, and you need to do something about them. And oh well, if what is done does not correspond to the law completely, oh well, so be it. It's a creative solution. We interpret the spirit of the law as being interpreted, not the letter, something that we do sometimes interpret in the gospel. However, in Ruth's book, well, Ruth is a Moabite, so it is the situation is worse in this case. So in Deuteronomy 23, it is stated that no Ammonite or Moabite shall be admitted to the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. None of their descendants shall be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. And we see Ruth, who is a Moabite, who is married. She will become the let's say the ancestor to King David. So we talk about Ammonite or Moabite, then males are mentioned. She's a woman. Maybe the law does not apply to her, but this is kind of an easy way out of the situation. From the theoretical standpoint, what is important is that we have a narrative that goes against the law, which is Deuteronomy. Other examples, we could look at them if we had more time. For instance, the way in which Isaiah 56 reinterprets the restrictive provisions that are found in Deuteronomy 23 regarding foreigners and the access of foreigners to the people of God. An additional example is taken from a psalm, and I would like to quote here just one random example out of many. In Psalm 89, the text of 2 Samuel 7 is quoted, the promise made to David. If you remember, David wanted to build the temple, and God said no. Through Nathan, said, no, you will not build the temple, but I will build a home for you. I will be faithful to you, to your descendants, and there will always be one of your descendants sitting on the throne of Jerusalem. And Psalm 89 quotes this text saying, I found David my servant with my holy oil. I consecrated him. My hand is his support. The enemy will not triumph over him, and he will not be oppressed by the wicked man. My faithfulness and my love will be with him. In my name, then his head will be raised. I will preserve his love. And there's a whole rereading of the oracle of 2 Samuel 7. And then it is stated you rejected him, you got angry at your consecrated the member, you put an end to his splendor. So the text, which underpins the legitimacy of David's monarchy, is challenged starting from history, starting from the historical experience in Psalm 89. And I would like to quote one last example, and then I will draw very brief conclusions. We have gone from the law, from a narrative or narration, and let's move on to a theme, which is Exodus. So once again, a few glimpses here and there, because the founding event of the Exodus is reinterpreted in the prophets and the writings in the New Testament. Bear in mind that in the Transfiguration, according to Luke, Moses and Elijah speak with Jesus about his exodus. And then this is referred to once again in the context of the exile in the book of Esther. Then Asuer and Mardochaios are descendants of Saul. And Aman, the bad guy, is a descendant of Saul, but in the book of Esther, we find a miniature Exodus. And slaughter that was planned against the people. Esther, like Moses, she put her own life at risk to save the people, not just like Moses. And we have Passover, and then we have Purim in the book of Esther, and we have the Passover in instead when with respect to Moses. So it's a kind of a miniature Exodus, a rereading, but also with a transformation. Hosea 11, I would like to mention this. When Israel was a child, I loved him and I called from Egypt my son. We have a counter Exodus in that case. So the pattern of the Exodus whereby the people leaves Egypt, crosses the desert and reaches the Holy Land. And then this is reread in the opposite direction in Hosea 11, where we have the final moment basically is the return to Egypt, which is the end of the northern kingdom and the Assyrian exile. So Exodus kind of is a theme, shapes the entire scripture, including the New Testament. What seems interesting to me regarding Exodus is the fact that this event become then actualized in the rite that shapes the identity of the people. If we think about the actual celebration in the Paschal celebration, in Passover, we have the inclusion of the new generations in the tradition, in the family tradition, which was the tradition of the people, through a series of steps, a path. So in the Exodus, we see clearly the dynamic relationship between inheritance and tradition. I apologize for making these brief references, but we're almost done. But Exodus includes history, narrative, ritual, dynamics between generations, praxis, prayer. But a similar thing must be said about the other examples that I shared with you earlier. I'm coming now to my conclusions. Actually, it's an opening, right? It's the last, basically, point in my presentation, even if only briefly. I hope that I have made you appreciate how pervasive the rereading and rewriting of and in the Bible is. What I could not do at all, what I did not do, I mentioned this briefly in the beginning, but this would be equally interesting, I believe. Talking about rewriting and rereading is the way in which within the Bible we have basically the recovery of extra biblical symbols, metaphors, texts that are filtered through the experience of a biblical faith, which finds in Exodus its fundamental paradigm of reference. So if I talk about inscribing the new in the old, it's a hermeneutic kind of criterion or activity. So everything that is compatible with the filter, which in this case is the experience of Exodus. What I did not do is, after having indicated the relevance of this basically a situation, is the next step. So specifying in time and again what the function of the rereading and rewriting process is. It is not enough to quote each time. You need to see also why sometimes a text states the opposite of an earlier text. A very quick example, you all remember Isaiah 2, at the end of the days, so the mount of the temple of the Lord, blah, 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 will be elevated on the summit of the mountains, and everybody will then forge their swords into plows. Joel 4 said, with your then plows make swords. And so I'm a warrior. So you see, it's the opposite. So you have to then specify the meaning of this rewriting. Each and every time you need to specify and clarify the landscape, the direction that is being pursued with that rewriting and rereading. I mentioned earlier, sometimes we talk about harmonization, correction, but this has to be delved into and specified time and again. In my very short contribution, I have focused my attention on the Old Testament. First of all, because this is my specific field of expertise. And I told Professor Pedroli, well, he will probably should answer any question about the New Testament. But of course, this process reaches all the way to the New Testament, that when Jesus praises the scribe who finds new things from old things, Matthew 13. So, who brings out of his treasure what is new and what is old. So the art of innovation of describing the new and the old has found in Jesus one of its most significant expressions, and in Paul, but we cannot just hint at this massive topic. And I would like to end quoting Levinson, according to whom the art of quoting, and this is what he says about this, the art of quoting does not require a passive deference to the source in which canonical authority is manifested, but rather it requires a critical relationship with it. End of quote. Therefore, tradition means maintaining the inheritance, the legacy of the past without limiting itself to a mere repetition, but rather engaging in a process of creating actualization with respect to the ancient text, inscribing the new in the old. Thank you so much.
So if this presentation by Professor Scaiola was expected to set the tone of this conference, I think that you have performed more than the first violin, Professor. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for your ability to summarize all of the extensive presentation you had prepared. It is now time for the second presentation by Professor Leonardo Paris, a lay theologian, tenured professor at the Romano Guardini Higher Institute for Theological Sciences, also teaches in the Higher Institute of Bolzano and the Faculty of Theology of the Triveneto. He has authored many books, including Theology and Neosciences, A Possible Challenge, and his latest book, The Air, A Christology, published in 2021. I think that this latter text by Professor Paris is possibly the best possible Christology in Italy, and not only in Italy for the past 3 decades. And I think that it's quite interesting because this Christology considers the gesture or the fact of inheritance its starting point and its approach. Thank you, Professor Paris. Thank you all very much. I want to thank the faculty for the invitation, and I want to thank all of you for coming to lend me your ear. The aim of this morning's work is to join the notion of tradition with that of inheritance, and my task is to read the notion of inheritance in the light of Christ. As was already observed, it's not difficult per se. Christ is the heir of all things. The category or the notion of inheritance can easily be applied to Jesus Christ unproblematically, but this is not the only reason why it's interesting. I think that the interest of this notion of inheritance lies at a number of different levels. It's interesting in general terms because the notion of inheritance in the past 200 years, I would say, has become enriched with many philosophical, psychological contributions. Think of German idealism, think of psychoanalysis. These approaches have wrested this notion away from its origins, which were juridical, and have enriched it a great deal. However, still in general terms, the notion of inheritance, as was noted, has an advantage. It's an easy notion. It's a notion that finds analogies and connections in virtually all cultures in the world. So an institute such as this that produces theology and addresses, while addressing a diversity of cultures, for this institute to lean on this notion, I think is a great advantage. And I being Italian, for an Italian, the issue of cultural heritage, linguistic heritage, ultimately the issue of the difficulty that we Italians have at the ecclesial and the political level, this difficulty in performing this gesture of handing down certain assets to the next generations. Think of the war that is being fought in these days. It could be viewed from the angle of inheritance. As Professor Pagazzi was recalling, inheritance is not always something positive. Then there is an additional and specific interest in this notion, and it's the Christian's interest. My title reads the traditional form of Christian truth. The hereditary form of Christian truth. Maybe this could help solve the relationship with Judaism. The Christian religion was preceded and anticipated and foreshadowed by Judaism. And so the issue of inheritance is central to the Christian faith. But in general, Christianity is directly connected with the figure, the person of Christ. And this has an advantage, which is to push Christology into a dynamic direction. You are born a son or daughter, but you become an heir. So to read the Christology through the prism of inheritance makes it more dynamic, in my view, especially in the direction of free subjectivation. In other terms, when we speak of heir, of inheritance, we're placing center stage the person who freely receives, appropriates, and then bequeaths the inheritance. So let me try to emphasize two dimensions. First, to apply the category of inheritance to Christ raises problems, and I think these are useful problems to be dealt with, because dealing with them will help us to understand where our difficulties with tradition may lie. We have difficulties with tradition because we have an issue with inheritance, and these problems are connected to the application of this dynamic in Christology. Unless you solve it in Christology, you won't be able to solve it on the other dimensions I mentioned. Second, the possibility of a solution seems to me to lie in a pneumatological interpretation of Christology. It is difficult to view Christ as heir and to perceive tradition as truth unless you grasp its deep pneumatological dynamic. So, issues of Christology and possible pneumatological approaches. So, first point, we can divide up inheritance into receiving and to bequeathing. Of course, these are arbitrary aspects, but they are dynamic. I said so already, and they are circular. So they establish a sort of cycle or circle. Inheriting means receiving something. Receiving. So the inheritance dynamic is filial because as a child receives life, does not give life to himself or herself. We are being born. We cannot be born by ourselves. We are born from others, so we receive. If you look at the Christology, the dynamic of receiving is not so obvious when applied to Jesus Christ. Obviously, Christ does receive. He receives his flesh. But the Gospels, in the Gospels, especially John the Baptist, tries to hide what Jesus receives from himself. What do I mean by that? A theological approach that starts from the two natures makes it difficult to think that Jesus may receive anything at all. It makes it difficult to conceive Christ as receiving something positive. The notion that Jesus may receive an evil is, if you will, easier to understand than the notion that Jesus, the Word, may receive a good, that he may learn from someone, that he may receive help from someone, may have co-redeemers with him. Remember the discussion on Mary. Moses. Well, this whole idea in a Christological approach is not easy to understand. It is difficult to conceive of Christ as someone who receives. And so, in terms of tradition, of course, it has its consequences, especially today. To be heirs means to receive. To be heirs of a tradition means to receive. But today, receiving is complex. Just think of 2 points. The historic awareness in which we are inserted makes us heirs to a huge tradition. It's too large. We're so aware that we're inheriting so much stuff that we don't know how to deal with it. If we then think of Gaudium et Spes 44, if we adopt the perspective that we are to receive not only from the Christian tradition, but from other faiths and peoples in the world, you're simply overwhelmed by all of that. So receiving is complex. To appropriate, to make the inheritance your own. This is dynamic of children. An heir cannot simply receive a gift, but he or she must make it his or her own. What is in the hands of the father at some point is in the hands of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the heir because he has everything in his hands. In Italian, to hold and to maintain are connected etymologically. The ship of Theseus can be maintained, and if you do maintenance, you need to change things so that the vessel may still sail the seas. So This second direction is the direction of making the inheritance one's own. You can only be an heir if you maintain, and the word main is Latin, comes from the Latin manus, the hand. It is not straightforward that Christ makes his inheritance his own. Think of what was proper to Christ. Christ, to quote Pannenberg, was also a private person in addition to a task, devotion, a mission. With Lacan, we might hypothesize that there was a dimension of enjoyment in Jesus. We have to question ourselves on the singularity or uniqueness of Jesus Christ, not vis-a-vis ourselves, that Jesus is an exceptional individual, not with respect to his Father, but with respect to himself, to his private individual dimension. And I think this would be an interesting task, because unless you see this connection, then you will have a hard time understanding his relationship to us, because we are private persons. You cannot form a family without your individual private interests. The children are not all the world's children, they are your own children. Also, it becomes very significant when, with respect to the Father. So unless you show that Jesus's hands are his own hands, not the hands of his Father, the fact that Christ has everything in his hands means that this everything is no longer in the Father's hands, which is very relevant, not so much for Jesus' hands, but for the Father's hands. The Father's hands at some point give up. Let go. But this gesture by the Father is complicated, is complex to understand. The third dimension is, as I said earlier, is the bequeathing dimension. In the process of inheritance, there is a very brusque transfer in the dynamic between identity and difference. Inheritance it emphasizes difference. An asset can be entrusted to someone else without this someone else inheriting it. It can be lent, it can be rented, it can be left in custody. And this entails a very subtle Christological problem. Jesus leaves, the Son does his work and leaves. So in this dynamics of the leaving or bequeathing, we need to see how radical this is. In some regards, Christ leaves. Of course, he leaves, he dies, he goes to heaven. What does he leave? What does he bequeath? They are fellow heirs to Christ, as Paul writes in Romans. So, if the inheritance never truly goes from hand to hand, then Christ does not pass. If in some respect Christ abides and remains, in other regards, Christ leaves, disappears. So, pneumatology studies the passage, the transfer, not the replacement. Christology should not focus exclusively on the abiding aspect, the remaining aspect. So we have problems in Christology which have impacts on tradition, because making the asset, the inheritance, your own can be problematic, because now in the dynamic of tradition there are new emerging subjects, minorities, women, who say we make the church our own and we say a word that has not been said before. And of course this creates sometimes leaves people disoriented, but the solution can be found in Christology, in my view. Also, the point of tradition here is crucial. I look at the Italian and the European churches, and I see the church's lack of confidence in her children. Do we have to bequeath what we have received to our children? When we look at these children, we have doubts. Doubts arise. Will they be able? Will they be capable? Well, if a mother doesn't trust her children, it means that their relationship, there's something broken or interrupted in their relationship. And here again, we go back to Christology, because this is inscribed within the gesture of leaving, of bequeathing. So these difficulties that I pointed to, I think, can find their solution or attract to solution in pneumatology. There is a Christology viewed through a pneumatological prism, which is a more dynamic perspective, in my view. If you see Christ's dynamics of inheritance in the spirit, this means that you are placing them within the preceding dynamics. For instance, the Annunciation is a typical pre-Christian pneumatological dynamic. But in the Acts of the Apostles also emphasize the dynamics of Christ as received in Stephanos. So this dynamics becomes broader and is understood in a dynamically relational manner. Pneumatology drives us to understand Christology in a relational manner. Let me just focus, before I conclude, on one very complex point. In this pneumatological dimension, the notion of making the asset, the inheritance, one's own is possibly the most delicate and problematic dimension. You do not become an adult child unless you make your inheritance, what you have received, your own. You do not become a father unless you bequeath these assets. From Romans and Galatians, we understand the role played by the Spirit in the constitution of children. So it seems to me that an important aspect of this constitution lies in the creation of this space of appropriation, the space of the individual testimony, martyria, and the space of sanctity of the charism. If I am to make my ignorance my own, this can only take place in the spirit. I need to receive all of this in order for me to bequeath it, but for me to make it my own, to appropriate it, this can only happen in the spirit, in Christ. So this pneumatological understanding pushes us in two directions. One, it pushes the dynamic of filiation out of the realm of pure gift, out of the realm of pure giving up, to accompany the two aspects of right and duty. Even at the anthropological level, I don't think that being children is a gift. I don't think this is the right category. It's a right and a duty. It's not a gift. It's not a present. I have to be child, even if I do not want to be child. So this is a duty, and it's also a right. We often insist and emphasize the notion of the parents giving. Parents, but a parent who, for instance, does not feed his children is not someone who failed to give a present. Is someone who is degenerate. I mean, the children are entitled, have a right to being fed. So this assumption of one's own individuality and singularity can be viewed as a space which is legitimized by the pneumatological dynamics. It's not only a gift or a present, it's constituted within one's right. Dionysius, the Areopagite, would say his peace. So there is a dimension of right and a dimension of duty. You have a duty to take upon yourself that you are a child. The second point, before I conclude, is that this would help us achieve better balance in the relationship between gratuitousness and reciprocity. The spirit does not push only in the direction of grace, but also in the direction of a full mutual assumption. Ultimately, we need to ask, in what dimension, what priority does grace hold? What priority does a singular assumption or responsibility the Eucharist have in God, in Christ, and our own filiality, in our own and Christ being children? The filial dynamics tell us that the goal of grace is reciprocity. You give to your children so that they may become adults and be up to the task of being mutually adult, reciprocally adults with their parents. And I think that the pneumatological dimension or dynamic pushes in this direction. Christ can truly be the one who has everything in his hands and stands in front of his Father, especially in his passion, as a full-fledged subject, as he who holds everything in his hands, manutentor. And the same thing holds true for us. there is a connection between this full responsibility and the dynamics of tradition. What I have tried to do is to show that behind certain traditional difficulties lie certain Christological difficulties, i.e., the difficulty of welcoming, of accepting Christ into these dynamics and seeing how Christ develops in these dynamics. The track that I should like to embark upon goes by way of pneumatology, Trinitarian theology, if you will. That is the ability to view these dynamics as forces that hold together Christological, Trinitarian, and anthropological and metaphysical dynamics. So I think that analyzing these dynamics is not an assumption, but at least a help so that we may better experience this challenge of traditional processes in our time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie, Professor Paris.
Thank you so much, Professor Paris. You summarized yourself at the end of your contribution what you have been able to share with us in such a limited time we have available. And I was waiting to see a supernova just before the explosion. So a massive, a very powerful energy that potentially could explode. And we hope that this can explode in your written paper that will be published in the proceedings. I would just mention a few things. The placing of the question of tradition, not as something that is, let's say, a part of the broader question of truth, but it pertains to the form itself of Christian truth. And handling tradition well also means handling truth well. This is why we must tread lightly, really. We have to be very careful because we have a form of complex truth, which is as complex as the mystery of Christ is complex and the mystery of the Trinity. So I would like to thank you on behalf of our entire audience. Before then having our break, the Vice President, Professor Gilfredo Marengo, would like to take the floor for an announcement, I guess. No, it's just to tell you all that right off the press, the last issue was published of our magazine here in 2022 actually, where you can find a wealth of contributions from the first of the 3 conferences that we organized today to celebrate Amoris Laetitia, the one that took place in November with the title Inhabiting Beyond the Confines of Our Homes. And you can find a review of the magazine out here at the entrance. We made the choice of not thinking about, let's say, proceedings. Actually, no proceedings will be published. We will publish the different contributions in our magazine so that they can be more readily accessible to all. So the next issue will then include the text from the second conference, and we hope that today's text will be published before the summer. Thank you, Professor Marengo. Time has come for a break, and we shall be back here right on the dot at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Brava, guarda, sei stata veramente, guarda. Potrebbe essere un percorso da fare quando Facciamo un seminario insieme. L'anno prossimo no. Ma facciamo un seminario.
Abbiamo fatto una cosa in parte identica perché lui ha fatto il corso sulla fraternità e io ho fatto il corso sulle famiglie e anche diversamente c'era una parte dei testi che non si analisi. Però facciamolo perché secondo me...
Ma guarda, già soltanto questo schema che tu hai detto, armonizzazione, espansione creativa, correzione.
E poi tutta la questione del rapporto con i testi.
Questa è grandiosa.
Sì, che proprio è un mondo è molto interessante. Questo può essere fatto anche con
Generations in the Family and in Society. Quite an enticing and a challenging title, which led me to look for some material. And really, talking about memory, I tried to bring back to the surface knowledge and studies. My first degree was in philosophy, so I started thinking about Bergson and Nietzsche, many philosophers who, in my, let's say, my education, addressed the issue of forgetfulness and memory. So it was very interesting to go and dig back down into my past studies and interpreting this through a psychological lens, which is my current activity. A beautiful essay by the literary critic Francesco Ruth I found is entitled Art of Oblivion and Duty of Memory or Remembrance. And already in this title, the title itself renders well the theme of the necessary polarity between memory and oblivion that was entrusted to me. And in this essay, Roth reminds us that the dialectic between memory and forgetfulness is a theme that has been addressed throughout the history of thinking, starting from Greco-Roman mythology to the present day. In a book by Harald Weyrich, who, by the way, passed away at the end of February. He was a German linguist who dedicated a lot of his studies on this topic. And in his book, Lete, Art and Criticism of Oblivion, he basically started wondering about the authors who initially dealt with this. He quotes from Plato to Bergson and Nietzsche, from Homer to Borges, from Montaigne to Freud. He basically studied all the authors and philosophers who, in different ways, have been focusing on this topic. And now moving on to the so-called information overload we're suffering from now, this hypermnesia, an overcrowding of concept and information that characterizes our current society. Of course, it is not really up to me to delve into all these historical aspects, but we're now basically entering into a topic that has been extensively studied in Western culture. It was just a reminder of this, but I would like to linger on the Greek Roman mythology, whereby Lete is the river of oblivion. And it was in whose waters it was believed that the souls of the dead drank from to forget their past existence, to prepare to be reborn in a new life. But also Lete is the name of a deity which forms a pair of opposites with Mnemosyne, goddess of memories. And it is no coincidence that these two figures are presented by Hesiod in the Theogony as being inseparable, and even before being antithetical, almost as complementary. We could even say that polarity, or better still, I would rather use the term dialectic, which better describes the dynamism of processes and the compatibility of opposites. So this polarity or dialectic between remembrance and oblivion is not a contradiction, but rather it is a sign of human complexity, which, if we think about it, is characterized by countless seemingly irreconcilable opposing dynamisms. Think about the entire topic of identity, which is at the same time individual and social. So I, we, the theme of identity and change. So man, by nature, is a complex creature, and also prone to constantly address this conflict between aspects that are apparently irreconcilable. And we might say that the human being is an animal that naturally tends to remember and at the same time to forget. First of all, because it is impossible to keep everything in mind. But perhaps this is a good thing as well. Otherwise, our brain is not a hard disk in a laptop. And it is true that from the oblivion of happiness and defeats, not only we expect to achieve relief, but this is the condition to really rise from pain to a new life. Therefore, memory and oblivion seem to be inseparable domains and both necessary functions for individuals and societies as well, as we shall see. Also, memory, even from the point of view of cognitive psychology and neuroscience, in which Bergson's distinction between memory and consciousness is echoed, is not only a mere storehouse of information that is stored there as it was originally perceived and experienced, but rather it is a complex structure that builds memories. giving details to oblivion, or rather modifying or enriching them at the very moment in which it stores them, as well as in the moment at the moment in which they're recalled to memory. Remembering a past event, when we are in a situation of distress or when we're happy, makes a difference, right? These are different ways of remembering. And this goes to show that the function of mnestic capacities is not much in the description of reality and its storage, like computer, rather in the construction of meaning or sense to which memory and oblivion contribute at the same time. Between memory and oblivion, therefore, a dialectic dynamic is established according to which both the active cultivation of memory and the consciously sought for oblivion are necessary to live being aware one's past, whether on a personal, family, or collective plane, but also to live sufficiently free from the past to proceed further in the stages of life. This being said, aware of this dialectic that is naturally inherent in human beings, the question is, when do memory and oblivion become dangerous for human beings? They risk dehumanizing us. We might say that this happens where we are in the presence of an excess, right? The extremes on the two poles. And this is typical of dialectic processes. Extremes are always dangerous. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, since the end of the last century, we have seen the gradual increase of data and information that is mostly available to the community, but it is humanly impossible to remember. We are confronted with too many potential memories. And Weinrich himself, who was already aware at the time of the publication of his text in 97 that as a result of information overload, no scientific discipline can be practiced any longer without a definite component of forgetfulness or oblivion. The problem of information overload and hypermnesia had already been prefigured in literary form by Jorge Luis Borges in his short story, Funes, or of Memory, of 1942. The main character in this novella, following an accident, he lost the ability to forget, so that every detail remained imprinted in his mind. For Funes, the apparent advantage of remembering everything became a curse. He remained a prisoner of the flow of memories, which he was not even able to express. When he tried to basically talk about his memories, they took exactly the same amount of time as they unfolded. He became a living recorder, consumed by memories. He could not experience the present, and he could not sleep, and he could not even engage in reasoning anymore. On the other hand, too much oblivion is also threatening to human integrity. We will see this momentarily when we talk about neurotic removals, which were studied by Freud as transformation of oblivion into repression. And also when we talk about pathologies of memory in dementia, for instance. But we should emphasize how there are situations in which an excess of oblivion is not only harmful but immoral. Let's think about so-called denialism and the ethical duty, wisely stigmatized by Primo Levi in If This Is a Man, not to forget, for instance, Shoah, the Holocaust, which allegorically could be seen as an attack on the very memory of humanity. It is therefore necessary to distinguish between necessary forgetfulness and defensive forgetfulness, such as denial or removal, which becomes denialism at the social level. And we must distinguish between the necessary and grateful, let's say, memory, or crushing memory, or mythical memory, oh, things were better back in the day, or wrong memories, fixations, or false memories. In the field that I'm professionally involved in, I'm a family social psychologist. The dynamics of the right memory and the right oblivion, we might say, can be grasped by addressing the issue of intergenerational transmission that brings together both personal and family events as well as historical and social events. By the way, as you will hear from the way in which I discuss this aspect of forgetfulness and memory in the intergenerational relationships, you will hear echoes of prior let's say speakers or speaker contributions, maintaining and maintenance, and and I really love these interdisciplinary context, because we see that there are so many connections and linkages, even if we begin from different starting points. So within the intergenerational transmission, an emblematic example is what is observed in the relationship between a newly formed couple and the families of origin of the two partners. The task that the members of the couple are called to perform on the intergenerational axis is to implement a new type of bond or link with the families of origin between memory and oblivion of their past histories. Marriage, in fact, or the union of a couple, not only involves the union of two people, but also the encounter of two family histories with their specific and different ways of behaving towards life and society. Talking about the formation of the couple means, therefore, to keep in mind a system that is at least trifamilial, made up of the new couple and of the two families of origin, which in turn convey multi-generational family cultures. Incidentally, I would like to add that this aspect should not be taken for granted. Oftentimes, even when you talk to young couples, because only two people are married, but my family has nothing to do with this, but the psychic reality is quite different instead. We know that, as a matter of fact, when two people join their destinies, also their families are joined, or families of origin are basically come together in a way. Because every human being is not born in a vacuum, but in a space whose coordinates are given by family history sedimented through several generations that convey specific meanings and expectations. A transmission between generations that not only concern genes, but also heritage or legacy of material goods, the possession of land, houses, objects, of status, position of the family in the social context, of values, beliefs, traditions, relational modes, myths, taboos, expectations, and so on. And this heritage, this legacy, is manifested in some visible family practices and routines. For example, how the table is set, how people sit around the table, how birthdays or Christmas are celebrated, and in some beliefs, how illnesses are treated, how babies are raised and fed, right? These things, by the way, in the different stages of family life, these different traditions always come into play in these intergenerational transmissions. But this also affects aspects of the family's life that are not only visible, also less tangible aspects such as history, war, relocation, immigration, special events, grief, and role expectations. What are the duties of a man and a woman, values, religious sense, and so on. When a couple forms, these allegiances meet, let's say, and they clash sometimes. They, however, kind of compare one to the other, but they do not deterministically pass on from one generation to the next. Spouses or partners are not called upon to basically reproduce their family histories precisely. The process of family transmission, the way in which generations relate to each other and pass on meanings, representations, and values, is by no way deterministic. In the web of family generations, the couple, which by its very nature is at the crossroads of two branches and two family histories, has the fundamental role of mediator or transmission belt, we might say. The couple is a new, unprecedented device that cannot disregard the constraints and resources inherited from its own family lineage, but which also has within itself the possibility of renewing these inheritances, of welcoming them without repeating them, of saying something new, and of transmitting them renewed to the next generation. Talking about the concepts that we have addressed earlier in the first part of this morning. In the meeting and in the dialogue within the couple, there's therefore the space for a review and reworking of their personal history to build different relational modes. And of course, this happens through a mechanism which is similar to that dialectic between memory and oblivion that I mentioned earlier. We might say that wherever memory is hypertrophic and basically overwhelming, then there is a kind of replication. So taking over the heritage and its transmission without a personal and innovative reworking. My mom always did it this way, I will do it this way. That's the way things have always been done. Where oblivion prevails as removal or denial, then a fracture can be shown, can be evidence that, which is can be expressed in a refusal, rejection. I will never act like my family did. I will never, act like my mom used to do. And this is something that we hear quite often, right from the engaged couples. These are crucial issues to be addressed. In the case of denial or removal or rejection, there is a wish to interrupt this intergenerational transmission, because the new couple does not recognize that it can accept something good of what has been transmitted by previous generations, and perceives its family and its being a couple as being radically different from what they have experienced within their families of origin. In these cases, I would say, both in the case of replication and in the case of the censorship, removal, rejection, denial, we're dealing with couples that are imprisoned by the comparison with previous generations. Even those who want to behave in a completely different way, as a matter of fact, constantly aware of what they do not want to imitate. When, on the other hand, the process of distinction, correlated distinction, we call this, because this refers to this idea of continuity and change. So when this process of distinction succeeds, is successful, this shows that the dialectic of opposites, latem mnemosyne, is at work successfully. There is a recognition of family history on the one hand, and a commitment to continue this with innovative contributions, recognizing its positive value contents and committing oneself to actively transforming the aspects perceived as deficient in order to allow the voice of the family member to be carried forward into subsequent generations. And only in this case do we witness the history of the service of life, and not of vice versa. To transmit is not to reproduce, but it's different to say reproduce than generate something new. Reproduce is different from generating something new. And even research on intergenerational transmission, not only of cultural or family related aspects, but also if we think about psychological constructs such as relational skills, stress management, communication, or forgiveness, they show that all generations can accept in part and let go in part of what they have inherited, not just reproducing a photocopy of the past. And this can be seen in several researches, a lot of research done on this point. We can see that the process of intergenerational transmission is a two-step process, where the proposal of values or models to be remembered by the previous generation corresponds to a process of scrutiny of the same by the next generation, which then ushers into an acceptance of values or models recognized as positive and forgetting the rest. So it is a mechanism that can be observed in the way in which daily relational modes or skills, basic skills, are handed down. It is in this sense that we can find the concept of tradition as a promoting legacy, that or inheritance, that is the title of this conference. And I would like to share with you an effective example of this mechanism of intergenerational transmission, taken from an experience narrated by an American family psychotherapist, Pauline Boss. And I would like to tell you this story because I think that it is more eloquent than I might ever be, you sharing a bunch of theoretical data with you. So Pauline Boss wrote, every November around Thanksgiving, the Olson family would gather in the family home. Around the large table set with food and embellished with china and family heirlooms, 3 generations would gather. Mr. Olson, beloved father and grandfather, was sitting at the head of the table. And as soon as the turkey was brought in a large platter from the kitchen, the ceremony would begin. The family would sit down, and all eyes would be on Mr. Olson as he prepared to carve the gigantic turkey. Everyone loved this moment. But that year, something was going wrong. Mr. Olson was making a big mess with that turkey. As he tried to carve the turkey, the bird slipped off the plate, landed on the tablecloth, and then fell to the floor. Silence. The first to speak was Mr. Olson himself, who expressed regret for having stained the carpet and also this tablecloth, which was an heirloom. But everyone, including Mr. Olson, was painfully embarrassed, because it was clear that he would no longer be able to perform the ritual of celebration as he used to, with dignity and accuracy. Everyone knew that the doctor had made a diagnosis of Alzheimer's. But since the diagnosis was not certain, they had denied that possibility. But on Thanksgiving Day, everyone had been able to realize the decline in his abilities and that he was changing. Mrs. Olson suggested that for the next year, to avoid the Thanksgiving dinner so that the grandfather and the family would be spared the embarrassment of grandpa not being able to carve the turkey anymore. And Pauline Boss stated as follows: this way of canceling celebrations instead of changing them is a rather common solution in families facing this kind of difficulty. When, in the context of a family consultation, you manage to get them to think about this, it is not uncommon that, especially the younger generations, we lean towards continuing the tradition despite everything. In this case, I asked the relatives to try to think freely about they could have maintained their habits by revising the modality in order to avoid embarrassment, but not to lose the meaning of the event. Could someone have taken Grandpa's place? Could Grandma have sat at the head of the table and cut the turkey herself? Could the eldest son or daughter have taken on this role? No. In the Olson family, no one wanted to take away this beloved man's place as head of the table. Suddenly, someone came up with an idea. Let everything unfold exactly as it always has, but change one thing. Someone in the kitchen cuts the turkey and then brings it into the hall, in the dining room, and puts it in front of Grandpa, who sits at his usual place at the head of the table, and those standing next to him could help him serve. A simple idea, but so profound in its meaning. Later, as the disease progressed, Grandma took the place of Grandpa, who sat quietly next to her, but this step took place gradually. Pauline Boss ends by saying that family traditions are not to be eliminated if there is a painful problem to deal with, a loss to accept. But for change to be possible, the family must be helped to understand its significance. That is, it is necessary to accept to preserve the memory of the past without the fear of choosing to lose part of this memory, a little bit of oblivion in a way, to make room for what is new. The case I just shared with you brings us closer to another theme and another question. I still have 5 minutes to go, right? When memory and oblivion are not a choice, what can we say about the drama of dementia or mental suffering associated with obsessive memories resulting from traumatic events? Obviously, it is not our task here to deal with such complex issues, even from the standpoint of psychopathology. I think, however, that mentioning these aspects might help us to draw attention to a profound issue that concerns another aspect of the memory oblivion theme. They're not cognitive individual processes, but as human realities, as we could see already, they have an important social and relational component. We must say that man is originally and essentially a relationship. His origin stems from an encounter, from a relationship between a father and a mother, and his growth depends on his ability to establish other appropriate relationships with the people who make up his family and social environment. This is evidenced by studies of developmental psychology, which prove that the child is already an active interlocutor from his mother's womb. Social psychology studies which states that the identity of a person cannot be even established without referring to the other. I cannot even define myself without mentioning my relationship with the others that allows me to define myself. And for this reason, this is why man is a relational creature. The relational symbolic model in the field of social psychology of the family that was developed by Scabini and Cigoli in the Center for Studies and Research on the Family of the Catholic University of Milan focuses on the task, the fundamental task for new generations in relation to those of the past, the care of memory that feeds the care of gratitude. We could say that in order for the data, the trace, to become a stable memory in us, to make sure that this becomes part of us, we must, in a way, take care of this over time and give it a meaning. On the other hand, this is what we do with our loved ones after they have passed away. We cherish their memories so that they remain in us, at least on a symbolic level. Our most precious memories fade if we do not take care of them. And caring is the deepest expression of the relational dimension of the subject. Wherever there are situations of suffering due to traumatic memories or due to pathological oblivion, we might even say that the relational and symbolic aspects help to make generative or to find a meaning also in these tragic circumstances, because people feel good in relations and feel bad when in some way their relational dimension and sense of connection is threatened, even more so than when the intrapsychic cognitive dimension is threatened. That's why then psychological interventions that are devised to treat trauma and dementia focus on the cherishing and care of memory and relationships. And I would like to quote, I'm sorry for being so superficial, but I would need another half hour to delve into these issues. But I would like to quote Emdr, which is one of the most frequently used psychotherapeutic approaches for traumatized patients, which starts from the interaction with the patient and the reactivation of unprocessed memories. But let's also think about the so-called reminiscence interventions that are based on a process of evoking memories through different expressive modalities, and that usually involve work between the caregiver and the dementia patient to help the dementia patient to bring memories back to life. And even when the memory is not being brought back to life as it was, but the fact that together you can narrate something that happened in history that was shared by caregiver and patient allows the dementia patient to give a meaning and significance to the relationship, even when the patient really does not remember. But in that storytelling, that joint storytelling with the caregiver, can go back to reactualizing and the relationship with the caregiver and the involvement of a family member gives continuity to family life between past and patient, thanks to the recourse to memory. There are other aspects that I will not mention here, the interventions based on remembrance care, but these are done also at social level in communities. For instance, if there are painful events such as wars or tensions between ethnic groups, and I would like to mention as an emblematic case the Commission for Truth and Reconciliation, which was an extraordinary tribunal that was established in South Africa after the end of the apartheid regime, whose purpose was to collect the testimony of the victims and perpetrators of the crimes committed by both sides during the apartheid season or time, highlighting how, in order to overcome a social rift that apparently could not be overcome, resort could be made to reciprocal narration and the cherishing of painful memories, to walk through pain together collectively, to go through it, not to claim things, but to truly reconcile victims and perpetrators, the oppressed and the oppressors. In conclusion, if we go back to the topic of dialogue between oblivion and memory from an individual standpoint, we might say that we have to train our memory to discern. How can we discern? How can we decide what facts we have to reset in our collective individual memories? How can we move seamlessly and without too much damage between oblivion and memory? Maybe we have to, as Weinrich suggests, we have to assume a moderate polytheism that knows how to offer sacrifice to both divinities, Memnosign and Lete, learn the art of refusing and choosing what to keep. A necessary operation to find the tranquility of our soul in the modern and postmodern age. However, beyond this individual task, the care of the relationship through the cherishing of remembrance and gratitude goes beyond this individual perspective that requires this balance between praise of oblivion and the risk of obsession with memory on the one hand, or in the contrary, between mythologizing remembrance and condemning oblivion. It is in the relationship, in the two etymological meanings of re ligo and re fero, that is, of relationship that binds and bites together the subjects beyond individualism. Refero, beyond the here and now of daily interactions, that refers to something else than what is observed. in this concept of relationship, it is here that both memory and oblivion are brought to safety in their most humanizing sense. Relationship has this meaning that goes beyond the hic et nunc, it goes beyond the individual and brings in its wake both affective aspects and ethical aspects. We might say that the relationship also is an affection that is cherished responsibly, and then relationship therefore humanizes human beings, gives reason for their truest identity because it expresses the deepest ethical, affective, and intergenerational social identity. And it is in this perspective, at the same time affective, ethical, and historical relational, that memories and oblivion become the nourishment of the bond. And to the relationship with others is entrusted the possibility to save the good things that can be handed down from the past, and ethically forgiving with the pietas of oblivion what would threaten the future of the new generations. And it's always the relationship that attributes a meaning and significance to a situation where oblivion and memory are not an act of our free will, but they are subject to the condemnation of trauma or pathology. Overcoming the limit of individual pathology, once again, it is entrusted to the other and to the care from others, the possibility to bring to safety what can be saved and needs to be saved from our memories, and to cherish beyond everything the gratitude for the bond that transcends any individual fragility and deficiency. And in conclusion, I would like to show you a very short video clip. It's taken from the final scene from a movie that's called Still Alice. I don't know if you have seen this movie, where you can see this dialogue between the mother, who is affected by early dementia, and the daughter, and she reads a book that she loved in a particular way. If you could please show us the footage. It's the short conclusion of this speech, this talk of mine. Thank you. Unfortunately, we cannot translate because we don't have the audio in the translation booth, and so you cannot translate. I'm sorry, because we don't have the audio in the interpretation booth.
Ecco, ho concluso, grazie.
That was my final message for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Iafrate, for this wonderful presentation that you also expressed brilliantly and that touched upon a number of the issues of this conference: inheritance, memory, oblivion, identity, society. And you harked back to the two previous presentations. You mentioned discernment and you mentioned the first category, the first word that we addressed in our first conference, and you spoke of this process of humanization. So if the presentation by Professor Paris was questioning us as to a good idea of tradition and complexity, this presentation by Professor Iafrate asks us to think of an idea of inheritance and tradition up to the dignity of man. And the conclusion that you chose provides a good bridge to the next presentation, which will conclude this morning's working session. The next speaker, so if Professor Iafrate chose to conclude on an artistic note by showing us a part of a film, Professor Dall'Asta will deal with art in all of his presentation. Do not be surprised at this choice. Art is possibly the best place where the forms and the forces of man intertwine and emerge. So we have asked this expert, this one of the foremost scholars in Italy, to introduce us to this new language. This is Professor Andrea Dall'Asta, and his title is The Artistic Process as a Style of Tradition. Professor Dall'Asta is one of Italy's leading experts. He has a background that is up to, his belonging to the Society of Jesus, the Company of Jesus, the Jesuits fathers. He has a degree in philosophy from the Padua University, in theology from Paris University. He has studied in New York City. He is the manager of a very interesting art gallery in Milan, San Fedele Gallery. And in Milan, he has founded in 2014 the San Fedele Museum that focuses on the relationships between art and faith. He teaches at the Pontifical Theological Faculty of Naples. I think that we were off to a good start this morning, and I think that the central part was also good, and I suspect that the end is also going to be very, very interesting. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Pagazzi. When I was asked to conduct my reflection on the artistic process as a style of tradition, I asked myself, an initial question: what is the meaning of an image? Today, we speak a great deal of works of art, of artistic process, but in what tradition? Let us think. When we speak of the artistic process as a style of tradition, I think, first of all, we should understand the meaning we attach to these words today. For the Christian faith, so-called art does not express, according to tradition, an aesthetic category. What we call art is memory, in fact. It's this transmission of an experience of faith that has its origin in the urgent need to communicate the experience, the lived experience of those who many centuries ago, in a region peripheral to the great political and economic centers of the time, has recognized God in a man, that's Jesus of Nazareth. So not an aesthetic category, rather the category of memory, of transmission, handing down an experience of faith. Right at the center is the incarnation, which enables the representation in images. The fact that Christ entered into human history is at the origin of a representation of him in image that allowed the experience of the first eyewitnesses to be prolonged. And if the people of Israel were not allowed to see the face of God, as we know, in Jesus Christ, man can finally contemplate that face. The word can be traced back to the gaze of the person who utters the word. In Christ, the Logos, the word is sight. So the change is radical. If for Israel no face could be represented, now God himself in Christ can be represented. And in this, face to face, it is possible to experience the fullness of an I-thou interpersonal relationship. This face to face is right at the origin of tradition. At the origin of tradition, there is a relationship, and that's a face-to-face relationship. For the early Christians, the image is a testimony, and in this sense, the church has never spoken of either art or of the artistic process in the centuries, at least not according to our contemporary approaches. According to this assumption, the Christian tradition has been meditating for centuries on the face of Christ. If in the Oriental tradition, this face is viewed through the Mandylion, in our Catholic tradition, there is the Holy Shroud and Veronica. But here, there is no creative process. Those early images are viewed as chiropite, achiropite, not made by man's hand. They were originated by Jesus' original contact with the linen shroud. So there is no painter painting the face of a person, but it's Christ himself who by contact lets himself be seen by us. It's not a mimetic or an imitative process. It's a holy shroud, and the holy face are a relic that hands down the authentic image to be worshipped. So crucial to both examples is the importance taken on by the face over the centuries. The effigy, the image, as we understand it today, think of taking selfies with your cell phone, had a catalyst place or role at the origins of modern portraiture. In a long process, think of the figure of St. Francis of Assisi, so central, almost as central as the figure of Christ himself. At any rate, the face, I said. What tradition are we talking about here? In what sense do we speak of tradition today? At the center of the Christian tradition, we have the notion of representation. It is a central notion. And we know that since the earliest centuries, the church has been interpreting the image as imitation, the life of Christ, the life of that man, not only through that face handed down to us in the not man-made images, is represented. As the Greek world represented its own myth, now the church could stage the history of salvation. In actual fact, what is to represent for the church? Our current notion of representation is closely connected in the West with theater, with drama. But to represent originally means to remember, to bring back to memory the original salvific events as though they could happen again in the present time. So when we look at the scenes of nativity, crucifixion, etc., we're not standing in front of just images. Thanks to those images, to represent means to actualize, or rather, better still, being represented to the event. To represent means to, yes, to be represented to the event that becomes actual, topical, present in front of my eyes or the eyes of the community. Even for Ignaz of Loyola, who harked back to the fathers of the church, to represent means to participate, to partake. And for us to become witnesses is to become contemporaries of that mystery. So to represent means to participate so that we may become witnesses and contemporaries of the mystery. For Christian experience, therefore, rather than speaking of representation, we should speak of representing again, representing anew, because we are presented again to the salvific event that may take place today, that may prolong, extend the experience of the early disciples. So to represent means to let the event reach us by creating the identity of a community. Representing is the event that reaches me in my being here and now. And for centuries, the church, since the high Middle Ages to the Baroque era, has always espoused this principle of representation. And here lies the deepest meaning of the Christian tradition. When Ignaz of Loyola speaks of composing a scene, what he's doing is to emphasize this principle of representation. We are those who, within the scene, are called upon to take part by doing away with the distance between the present time and the time when the event happened. And according to this approach, and this is something we have forgotten largely, the church has never spoken of work of art. The church speaks of image, and up until the Renaissance, there is no mention in church texts of artistic process. And if the image is born within a liturgical context, its attention is strives to express an experience of faith. The notion of art was born only in the 18th century with Baumgarten and then with Immanuel Kant. Now, when we speak of tradition, and this is an important and topical aspect, think of the experiences of contemporary art in our churches. What traditions are we really talking about? We discuss the macro category of representation, but what are the traditions we're speaking about? But the first one is the Oriental tradition in the early centuries, in coincidence with the creation of the Byzantine Empire. There emerged a representational mode influenced by the Platonic philosophy. The image is what makes it possible for the soul to go back to the first principle, the light. What is contemplation of art? The contemplation of art is this path of going back upwards to the origin. In Platonic philosophy, there's an ontological communion between the principle which is being communicated and the image, so that the image is a direct emanation of the divine. The image is a direct emanation of the divine, hence the temptation of a sacramental interpretation of the image. In fact, the Byzantine icon is presented as the divine breaking through the eternity of time and space into the contingency of history. The icon is God's luminous gaze on the world that turns on human reality to transfigure it. The divine manifests itself through the image, and its perfection consists in its ability to make perfection present, making the expressive power present, the divine. Through the image, then, the divine comes into being like an emanation or an irradiation that proceeds from it. In this sense, the image plays a revelatory role. It is a theophany, according to the Byzantine tradition. The monk's images can become an object of worship because they contain a presence, because they are the place of communication between the divine and the human, the place of where the divine and the human communicate. The image thus makes the believer make an exodus from himself or herself. This is an important notion, exodus, to contemplate the divine in a mystical union. The contemplation of the principle will also be the basis of an aesthetics of light, which is the foundation of Byzantine spatiality, which replaced the Greek and Roman space, and of the icon. What is vision in this world? It's the story of light, or the history of light embodied in the warm hue of gold, which is the tale, the story of the irradiation of light. Thus, vision is the contemplation of the emanation of an impalpable, transcendent light. So the light of the icon consequently becomes a symbol of the union between heaven and earth. The icon is the place of the presence, a space of a liturgy, which actualizes the liturgy of heaven. The light, so the night can be thus transformed into an endless day. Think of when you step into St. Sophie in Constantinople, in Istanbul. That is the place where the sky tears apart, and we found ourselves within the light, which is the symbol of the divine transcendence in the here and now of our history. So we are within a dimension of realized eschatology. On the other hand, there is the Western tradition. And I do speak, in fact, of the Oriental tradition and the Western tradition. Between the 13th and 14th centuries, there happened something crucial, a real tear at the heart of the Christian figurative tradition. Giorgio Vasari, this great art historian, speaks of a revolution, no less. The language from Greek, writes Vasari, from Greek becomes Latin, rather vulgar. However, that is not a mere change of language, but a real paradigm shift from the Byzantine icon to the Western image, which is the image that we now are used to. The starting point is generally placed with Giotto, although the revolution is actually predates Giotto. However, at the heart of this revolution is the figure of Saint Francis, who places the figure of Christ right at the center. We know that Francis is the alter Christus, the other Christ. Here we could have a long discussion. It must be said that in Assisi, an unprecedented innovation took place. And what was it? In the frescoes of the upper basilica of Assisi first, and then in the Scrovegni chapel, these two masterpieces by Giotto, Giotto eliminated the Byzantine gold background and replaces it with the blue of the sky, thus immersing the scenes in nature. This is quite obvious for us, but it wasn't at all at that time. Space became less and less theological, I repeat, and it turned into a human world captured in its contingency, concreteness, and reality. In fact, this is a central point. Giotto began to discover, in venire in Latin, to discover the laws of nature. It is a discovery of perception. By way of this discovery of perception, the painter can replicate on a bidimensional surface the reality around him. He can represent it. Therefore, light becomes physical. Volumes begin to gain plastic evidence according to this light-shadow dialectic that had never emerged before. With Giotto, painters can stage the reality of their world in search for the traces of the divine. What is the image? It's a window opening onto reality so that we may recognize the traces of the presence of the divine. The entire course of Renaissance art will be marked by the desire to thematize the relationship between light and color, light and shadow, light and space, according to a physical dimension and at the same symbolic dimension. So the central point in order to understand the deepest meaning of this revolution is a linear perspective discovered by Filippo Brunelleschi between the 14th and the 15th century to represent the three-dimensionality of the square in the Florentine baptistry, but represented on a flat surface. And Brunelleschi, by doing so, changed the very status of art because because perspective became the symbolic form of modernity. And we know very well that starting with this discovery of Filippo Brunelleschi, perspective, we can understand the meaning of the telescope, the camera, etc. All of this originates from Brunelleschi's revolution. So this was truly an epoch-making event, comparable in scope to the impact that Cartesian thought had on modern thought. Thanks to this artifice, the world of nature, through the sciences of mathematics and geometry, could now be scientifically constructed from the eye of an observer. So the image became, yes, a window opened onto the world. On the one hand, we have the Oriental tradition, the gaze of God breaking into the contingency of history, and the Western tradition, the gaze of the observer or the faithful upon the world, so that he may recognize the traces of the divine. These are two traditions that are next to each other, not in conflict with each other. An interesting anecdote, the Masaccio's fresco, St. Peter healing by a shadow. Remember visiting the Brancacci Chapel in Florence? That's the very first representation of the shadow of a body onto a surface. It's the first time Masaccio painted the Brancacci Chapel, Peter healing with the shadow, between 1425 and 1427. It's the discovery of the shadow. Here, the Byzantine tradition is overturned. The image is no longer God's gaze on reality to illumine and transfigure it, but man's gaze on reality to recognize God's presence. So here we have a radical turning point from and away from the Oriental tradition. where is this cleavage originated? I will limit myself to emphasize one aspect. I think that the cleavage that began in 1054, the first great schism, is crucial in order to understand our relationship to tradition. At the basis of the Christian tradition of the Western liturgy, in the credo, there is an expression of the procession of the Holy Spirit from the Father and from the Son. It's not a theological subtlety. What is affirmed thus is that the dimension of history goes across, passes through the drama of human experience. This is an already and a not yet that would only find its accomplishment in the heavenly Jerusalem, whereas in the Oriental tradition, the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father, which means that the principle of the Church is the absolute transcendence of God. And so the Church must celebrate its liturgy by the separation of the faithful from the iconostasis. The faithful cannot be in that space of the Church. So through the filioque, the dimension of history breaks in. On the contrary, in the Orthodox world, God's absolute transcendence is established as the principle of church, celebrated by this never-changing liturgy. Two traditions, the Oriental tradition and the Western one. But there's always a but. What happens in contemporary times? It is only recently that the philosophical tradition introduced the notion of work of art. And this is an expression that has been common since the Italian Renaissance, but which began to gain ground only from the 18th century onwards, especially with Immanuel Kant, when he addresses the reasons why an image can be dubbed beautiful according to the judgment of a subject. What is beauty? Hence the question of the meaning of aesthetic experience. What is an aesthetic object? Clearly, based on this reflection, the notion of tradition, according to the ecclesial tradition, is radically challenged, both in the Western model and in the Eastern model. From the 18th century onwards, artistic practice acquires the meaning that we still attach to it. And from the 19th century, the themes or the subjects represented by artists changed radically. Everyday life, no longer mythical or religious life, entered the world of the image on a massive scale. And not only that, because the 20th century is marked by Nietzsche's proclamation of the death of God, by Freud's publication of the interpretation of dreams, by Edvard Munch's Scream. The Christian God, together with the institution that used to represent him, is increasingly placed at the margins of society. In the latter half of the 20th century, certain artistic movements such as American abstractionism, minimalism, conceptual art, monochrome art suppressed any references to the world of nature. The work of art no longer referred to the traditional mimesis. Every anthropomorphic or natural reference was suppressed. Marcel Duchamp opened up the contemporary object research. Everyday objects are exhibited as works of art. Ready-mades, remember, a urinal is presented upside down in an art space. So in 1913, Duchamp took a bicycle wheel and put it on a stool, an ordinary object was presented as understood as a work of art. Art is desacralized. Why is that ordinary object a work of art? Go visit the Venice Biennale. This is an ever-present question. Is this a triumph of Western subjectivism, as some have said? Clearly, and I'm coming to my conclusions, in this context, the church felt lost, felt confused. It has sensed a sort of theological and philosophical annihilation, not only an artistic annihilation. It's difficult to understand anything about this art. How is it possible to stage the Christian faith using all of these new categories? Well, for sure, in some contemporary aesthetic experiences, Newman, Rothko, Lucio Fontana, and so on, art seems to be investigating the sacred, searching for traces, for signs, for the source of inspiration of the sacred. However, Christian nomination is suppressed, and throughout the 20th century, the ecclesial world was marked, on the one hand, by a desire to reassert the secular principles of Christian art. We are not interested in these modern things. We want to go back to Baroque art, to Renaissance art, to the art of the Middle Ages, in order to reassert our tradition and our principles. On the other hand, it was also marked by a desire to understand, an eagerness to understand the reasons of modernity. Of course, the two approaches must entertain a dialogue between the two of them. We cannot isolate ourselves in an ivory tower. We need to understand why all of this is happening. However, the glory of sacred art seems to be dead forever. Tradition seems to have died out. And I'm thinking of the late, the last part of the 20th century, and I am generalizing a bit wildly. But sure enough, the church was sort of expelled from the official paths of art. Well, at that point, the church tried to turn its gaze towards tradition. However, its research often seemed inadequate. And think of what is going on in Italy in these years. The painter Carlo Levi said that the future has an ancient heart. There can be no future without drawing on the generative power of tradition. This is a wonderful expression, but when we enter into churches, especially here in Italy, we have the feeling that it's not a matter of inspiration nor of adherence to a tradition, but rather it's a sort of plunge into an ancient and dusty and lifeless world. Thus, the moving Byzantine icons are transformed into shiny and anachronistic gilt reinterpretation of Japanese manga with garish colors. The masterpieces of the Renaissance become lively advertising cartoons, not to mention the Baroque reinterpretations that look like something out of a soft porn film. Why is today's religious imagery characterized by a nostalgia that is so terribly kitschy, invasive, amateurish, painted with brushstrokes of modernity that seem to contradict the deepest sense of Christian tradition? Is this just bad taste? Or should we acknowledge the distrust of the church today that the gospel can enrich and animate the culture of our time? If we look at those images, we find forms that are all too familiar, all too often represented, and clumsy. The world of the image seems drained of its symbolic power. In short, the image seems to belong to a world that has nothing to do with real life. So I believe that now, more than ever, today, it is important to reread tradition, but in order to draw inspiration from it, not in order to imitate or to ape its external aspects. So we need to go to the heart of our tradition to question it, to ask how today's faith can be represented, expressed in contemporary language. I am talking to you in Italian. You understand Italian. I am not speaking ancient or classical Greek. True tradition is always generative. It never imposes external models. So the question we should ask ourselves today is, how can we speak of salvation by way of our images or pictures? How does contemporary man understand the idea of fate or providence? Without this work of retranslation, we need to reinterpret that tradition. Otherwise, this tradition is going to become a necrophiliac object, an object without life. We need to reflect on the fruitfulness of our past so that we can today produce the new. And this is the work that lies ahead. Thank you very much for your kind invitation.
Grazie, Professor Dell'Asta.
Thank you, Professor Dell'Asta. You have been shaking us in a way. As you were talking, something came to my mind, but probably somebody else thought about this, the prophetic and brave gesture by Paul VI, who wanted to achieve this reconciliation with the artists of his time and age. Let's make peace here and now in the Sistine Chapel. And he opened this wing of contemporary religious art in the Vatican museums. I believe that this was really an act of spiritual temperance, of cultural and art temperance against the awful temptation, which is sloth. Not being there where the Spirit calls us to be. And I believe that your powerful contribution is an urging to engage in cultural and ecclesial temperance. So I would like to thank him, really. I would like to thank all the professors who spoke this morning. Now we have some time for a debate. And perhaps I would like to give the floor to the students who probably have prepared a few questions. Let's get organized as follows. If Professor Guarino agrees from the practical standpoint, if some questions are addressed to Professor Scaiola and Professor Paris, they will reply from the lectern. Questions anyhow from there, but the two professors can reply from the lectern. Yes. Since we have very limited time and time is fleeting, so please keep your questions concise. Thank you. We will first collect a few questions. Good morning to you all. I would like to, this is for Professor Scaiola and for the professor. I kind of collected the ideas expressed by the other students. This is a question to both of them. The teachings of Pope Francis and Amoris Laetitia in particular, could they be interpreted in the wake of the tradition of creative interpretation according to your key of interpretation? So obeying more to the spirit than to the letter. Professor Marengo. Well, I wrote down the question before I listened to Professor Dell'Asta's presentation, but before the question, I would like to thank him. If we could back in time, your lecture should be the first in the morning sessions because you presented us with the status questionis. That's absolutely beautiful. Instead, my question is to Professor Paris. Maybe I misunderstood what you said, but I had the impression that considering as a premise some polarity between tradition and inheritance, which was also the meaning of this Deo study, you saw this by giving more emphasis on inheritance. Did I understand your presentation correctly? Then I wonder, when we say tradition, we say, well, this is the method through which the foundational or the founding event happens once again and is made present over time. There is a way to use this tradition that has formalized and basically and has fixated the preservation of this foundational event. And does inheritance help us in this respect? There's a question from a student who's asking the question remotely. Please keep it short and sweet. Thank you. Good morning to you all. I have two questions. One for Professor Scaiola and one for Professor Dall'Asta. Professor Scaiola, I wanted to ask the following question, or it's addressed to everyone actually. It's very beautiful to see this mechanism of rewriting of the Word of God over time, over the centuries. But this question does not give rise to another question regarding to the fact that the canon is never concluded. The Word of God is always open, is always open. So in what way should we interpret the words of Jesus here to bring fulfillment, to get to fulfillment? Or is there an endless openness in the future, or is there fulfillment? This is the question to Professor Scaiola. And now my question is for Professor Dall'Asta, whom I would like to greet. I follow him on Facebook constantly for his very interesting and provocative posts, provocative in the right way. And I wanted to ask this. This pulchritudinis, which is also mentioned by Pope Francis in Evangelii Gaudium. It is true that there could be two risks. Either we could go back to the times of the past and with great closure towards the future, and you mentioned this for sure. But on the other hand, there's also a flattening within contemporary modern art, which, alas, is not always completely or perfectly intelligible. My question is the following. Is there a beauty as a universal language, in a beauty that is intelligible in a universal way? This should be also the criterion to verify the tradition. The tradition hands down what we have received, but starting from what is true. So what is true? That's basically the yardstick through which we measure tradition as well. And Professor Reale was mentioning this in the presentation of his book a few days ago. That's all. Thank you for your kind attention. One last question. One last question. Professor Peresoba. My question is to Professor Iafrate and Professor Dell'Asta in a way that I believe that what I really liked, they talked about that dialectic between oblivion and memory. But I think that dialectic we should find a space for them that are united in transcendence. And I think that this is imagination. We have imagination, which in the end is a common space for both. And they find a greater meaning that allows us to understand. And education to imagination, right? This is what makes us find this inner balance. I'm saying this because I think that also in the arts, this is essential. What do you think about this? First of all, the need to educate to imagination or in imagination, which is different than just the mere production of things. And then the space of this dialectic, I think that is being vilified by what is politically correct. Now we're being told what we can remember, what we can never remember, ever again, not even mention anymore. This must be expunged. The tradition is destroyed. And this generates violence within, let's say, the norms, this invasion of this space because of need to abide by what is politically correct. And in works of art, who knows, maybe the major change you mentioned with the appearance of St. Francis, and this is related to experiencing affections in art. In ancient iconography, this does not appear. It's such a pure kind of contemplation. It seems as if affection is excluded. But in this new tradition, and I believe that already in St. Bernard, this can be found. We can find this important aesthetic change. Affection is an essential part of this communication. What does Professor De Lasta think about this? Thank you. I would say that the package of questions that were addressed to our distinguished speakers is quite rich, and I think we should organize the process as follows. We then follow the order of the presentations, so then Professor Scaiola, Paris, Iafrate, and De Lasta will reply in this order. Sure, I would say that with respect to the first question, we can interpret Amoris Laetitia's according to Pope Francis' idea to obey the spirit rather than the letter. The answer is yes. The problem is that of developing criteria in order to discern between obeying the spirit and obeying the letter. I would like to make an example. Luca, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I will now talk about a field that is not of my really part of my expertise. We think about Jesus in the gospel. He was accused of going against the tradition because he healed people on the Shabbat. He made gestures, which, as the Pharisees say, there are 6 days to be healed. Why do you have to do this on the Shabbat? But doing this on the Shabbat, on the Sabbath, Jesus recovered the truest meaning of the tradition and of the Shabbat. So it is true that you have to interpret Amoris Laetitia trying to obey the Spirit. But we also need to develop criteria, and in my opinion, the authentic tradition refers to the origin, right? Like we've always done it this way. We've always said this. What is the origin of this? And starting from that, we have to develop criteria for the current time and age. And regarding question number 2, regarding the definitive conclusion of the canon is closed. What is open is its interpretation. So interpretation, which is not just open, but it's endless, because it needs to constantly be actualized in time and space. So we talk about Bible and tradition. We always have to add context as third element in our reflection. Yes, I would like to thank everybody for their questions, and I would like to answer the first questions asked by our students. I'm not sure whether I like this, let's say, spirit letter dash interpretation. And here I would like to refer to Professor Marengo's question. We risk falling into interpretation whereby until a short time ago we don't have the spirit. A good thing that now we have Pope Francis, now we have the spirit, and we have this conflict between spirit and letter. I don't know if this is really correct. By the way, some of us was not perhaps here in the past and insulting people who did things before our time, and I wasn't even there. I don't like this. Rather, and was also mentioned by Professor Scaiola, rather I would think that that there is a caesura, a rupture that happened in terms of context, and this should be elaborated on. If it is true that we are now experiencing this epochal change, and there are some dimensions of the context that lead to or trigger radical changes, whether they depend upon technology and all the techniques, let's say legal or medical techniques, and in relation also to the family, or whether they are related to dissemination or spreading of democratic processes that create a different context compared to the context of other ages, with the need to go back to some fundamental dynamics of Christianity, of course, touching upon exposed nerves that bring us back to looking at the spirit, and a lot more so than we used to in the past, or willing to do so in the past. And this is painful. And in this, then I would like to get to the second aspect, placing more emphasis on the inheritance. This, I think, was what was required of me. So this is true. But it seems to me that the real choice, the true choice, is whether we have to focus on the static or the dynamic aspect. In here, inheritance and tradition in Italian are similar. They refer at the same time to an object. So this is my tradition, or my inheritance, or my legacy. It's the same thing, like a home, a house. Whereas, on the other hand, we have the dynamic aspect. So inheritance and tradition as something that's dynamic. So it seems to me that this is an important tension, because tradition states, Professor Marengo, that the foundational or the founding episode happens again, and the inheritance is the same. Maybe from a different standpoint, we have to wonder what is happening again. Is it the form? Is it the contents? Or what is happening again is life, the dynamics, the dynamic part. Of course, we have the tension interplay between form, etc. But the inheritance highlights more, or I believe that this is the aspect on which today we have a hard time coming to grips with, not regarding the reoccurrence of the form, but on the need of recovering dynamically, retrieving dynamically the gesture, right? In some of the challenges that Pope Francis and Amoris Laetitia identify, the problem is that we need to draw upon the gesture itself and refer to that, because the form is radically different compared to what we will have in front of us, for many, many reasons. Now, I'm thinking about some political aspects. I'm struck. I live in a democratic context. I have been born in a context like this. Jesus was not born in a context like that. They did not even look anything like a democratic context. So taking his gestures and transposing it, if I don't grasp the process that's involved, and this risks generating distortions that are meaningless. Make no sense.
Grazie.
Thank you very much for the question concerning the topic of imagination as a way out in the dialectic between memory and forgetfulness. It's exactly what I meant when I said that if we now look at the individual level, there is a certain balance between what one forgets and what one can remember. But if you come to a relational and symbolic level, then you can take this generative leap forwards. If you go on the quest for a different space that does not deny What has been inherited does not necessarily reproduce the inheritance, but takes a relational step forward. In terms of a psychological dialectic, the possibility of developing through the creative dimension through a relationship with the other is connected to not limiting oneself to the mere cognitive process. Then there's another dimension to your question. You mentioned cancel culture, the political correctness, this forced or compulsory oblivion or forgetfulness, so that everything that was not politically correct that took place in the past should never be mentioned again. I think that's part of what I called earlier on the excess of oblivion, the excess of forgetfulness. That's truly a cultural suppression, which is excessive, in my view, for the human being. I mean, this fails to recognize the identity dimension of the human being. And thank you for this question, because you allowed me to better to fine tune, what I meant a bit better. Thank you. Let me start by saying that, in my opinion, there is not reply to your question. I would answer your question by offering inner questions. You mentioned of beauty as intelligible language, but my question is, what is beauty? When you say the word beauty, it's a number of different worlds that open up to your eyes. And are we sure that our way of talking about beauty in our texts, via pulchritude is the way of beauty, etc. Are we sure that this is truly the way in which our contemporaries understand the term beauty? I am not sure at all. In fact, I am sure that it's not the case. Then there's another aspect. When we talk about via pulchritudinis, and then we enter into our churches and we see the images in the many trade fairs, quote unquote, of the sacred. When we look at those kind of products, in general terms, beauty is disavowed, beauty is denied. So what do I mean by that? By saying that beauty is disavowed, irrespective of what we mean by beauty. For me, this is terrible, because if the image is prophetic in itself, if the image is a symbolic expression of an experience of faith, I wonder, what kind of a faith experience are you promoting by way of those images? Are you stimulating by those images? Are you promoting? You enter into this St. Francis Basilica in Assisi, or into the Sainte Chapelle in Paris, you're instantly immersed into an experience which is of almost, impossible depth. When we now speak of the production of images, we're not talking about the production of those pictures that we hang on our walls to decorate our drawing room. We are talking about what we believe in. So here lies the drama. You see certain things, certain objects in our church that lead me to wonder, is this the faith in which I believe? Is this my faith? And I have a big question mark there. Big question mark. So I notice a sort of a conflict between, on the one hand, the honest intentions by the church, the intention starting from Paul VI, and on the other hand, this contemporary fatigue. Then concerning our contemporaries, I am a champion of the contemporary, but with a lot of discernment. In the contemporary times, you're looking at a large basket from which you can extract ugly or beautiful things. So we are not here to pass judgment on the contemporary. We need to make the contemporary fruitful. And in my view, the only way to do that is the gospel. How can I make the contemporary, how can I enable this contemporary to become capable of making an announcement? Well, I work in the field of art, but do the others in the field of art know what the contemporary period is? I feel very disoriented, I must tell you. I feel that we are way beyond what contemporary reality is. When I see my colleagues who run galleries, art critics, when they look at what we produce at the ecclesial level, they are sure to ridicule it. On the other hand, they're totally unaware of what is going on. So when we speak of the contemporary, the first thing I would say, in our culture and in all cultures, there is life and there is death. This opaqueness and luminosity, this darkness and light are intertwined. There's a beautiful image that Pope Benedict XVI used as he was discussing the current role of the gospel. He started from Hosea. The grower of sycamores, whoever grows these trees, at some point cut up the fruit so that the bad juices are purged out. If you do not cut the fruit up properly, you can throw away the fruit altogether because it's poisonous, it's toxic. Our task is to make the gospel like this cut, that enables this toxic juices to flow out. There is evil, but the fruit, which is our culture, must be opened by the gospel so that it may bring a fruitfulness. Well, let me wrap this up at this time by thanking our panelists today and also those who put such interesting questions. It has been an intensive morning. We deserve a nice break now. And if Valeria Guarino doesn't have any further information to provide, I say we reconvene at 3 on the dot. Thank you very much indeed.
Del sicomoro, la trovo bellissima. Sì. Lo trovo su internet, l'aveva fatta in un convegno, poi ripresa da Avvenire, è un'immagine splendida, poi ti fa tutto il Basilio Grande, cioè, ti fa tutto il commento, perché io l'ho detta in due parole, ma il commento che Basilio fa da Amos e che Ratzinger ricommenta, lo trovo strepitoso.
Solo che non ci ascoltano. Questi quando hanno scoperto la via
No, non solo non ci ascoltano, ma ci mettono i bastoni fra le ruote.
In genere è piuttosto preciso.
La cosa psicologica.
Sì, l'estetica è una cosa, ma siamo matti, ma siamo matti.
Poi hanno scoperto la bellezza ed è stata la rovina.
Bravo,
Ed è stata la rovina.
bravo, bravo, è stata la rovina. È stata
inspiration. We do admit that some of the topics here are fairly weighty. So our president is busy with a telephone call, but I'm sure he'll join us shortly.
Bene, adesso già ci siamo, la tavola è...
Right. So let us now begin this work session, this afternoon working session. This morning we've heard much about the framework of the issue of tradition. We'll now go into the tradition as experienced, how persons are actually experiencing tradition and what the logic is of this life experience in tradition. And the two references, as you know, are family and the church as per Amoris Laetitia. The family understood as the original place of any tradition where the tradition between generations is part and parcel of family as such, and the church that essentially lives off tradition and the relationship between these two institutions. So we'll tackle this perspective first from a more theoretical angle, and then from a more day-to-day angle concerning a comparative study of various cultures in terms of education. So we'll take a dual perspective to the same phenomenon. So I have the honor of introducing our president, the president of this institution, of this institute, pardon me. He's so well known, he needs no introduction. So the first speaker this afternoon will be Professor Philippe Bourdain, who's our president since last September. Philippe Bourdain was born in Paris, in the diocese of Nanterre. He presented his dissertation at the Sorbonne and the Institut Catholique. He later obtained his license in Catholic institutions, and he has been the dean and then the rector of the Faculty of Theology. He has authored a number of important writings, including titles concerning the family. Philippe Bourdain will address this topic, family tradition in Amoris Laetitia, an ecclesiological model.
Thank you, Professor. We try to work a little bit differently. So I would like to give the floor to a student who has accepted to ask questions on my topic. I received 3 questions, and then I prepared the text that I will be read in a few minutes, in a couple of minutes, actually. Julian Paparella first. I would like to thank our president. I'm very happy to be involved in the synodal way as well. Thank you. 3 questions to introduce. 3 questions to introduce this topic, which will be discussed by our president. First of all, parents have the duty to educate their children. Of course, children do not have a responsibility to educate their parents. However, the experiences of fatherhood, motherhood, and also sonship are not just formative for the children, but for the parents as well. Therefore, in what way the experience of family life forms the parents in their personal identity and in their capacity to love, in the development of their subjectiveness, etc. What reciprocity is there in the formation which takes place through intergenerational relationships within the family? In what way the experience of education and the care of children is formative for parents themselves? Second question: how can families be reawakened to the sensitivity of there being a domestic church today? What is the role and the importance of families along the path of synodality? And how can we articulate the reciprocity of the family's mission and the church's mission in the light of Amoris Laetitia and Fratelli Tutti? What is the role of families within human fraternity? How can we see the family in the light of Fratelli Tutti? The point and the last question is, throughout Amoris Laetitia, Pope Francis speaks about families rather than just Christian families. How can we become aware of the presence and the action of God in non-Christian families? In societies that are becoming less and less Christian, how can the church enhance and reach out to all families rather than only Christian families? For instance, establishing spaces where the church can reach out to those families that do not come to the parish, how to offer the preparation to marriage to those who only get married in City Hall, so only get married, do not have a religious wedding, but a civil wedding. Thank you, dear Julian Paparella. It is very important for us as professors to think about theology and develop theology based on the questions coming from our students. Families are not a problem. They are primarily an opportunity. They are active subjects of pastoral care. We are familiar with these two statements from Amoris Laetitia. And in this talk, I will defend the idea that through this positive vision of families, Pope Francis is outlining a new way of being church and of making the church. And my title has changed a little bit. Education and Transmission in Families, a model for thinking about making the church. A new way of making the church and thinking about the relationships between the faithful, the ministers of the church, and lay pastoral workers. To show this, first of all, I need to emphasize the importance of Chapter 7 on the education of children within the overall structure of the apostolic exhortation. Chapter 7 has received limited attention from commentators, even though it includes powerful statements that reject authoritarian models of transmitting family values. In the eyes of Pope Francis, the only effective way to educate and transmit values is to relinquish the dominating power of adults over young people. To support this original understanding of educational practice within families, the Holy Father resorts to an aphorism that recurs in several of his writings. Time is superior to space. It should be noted that this maxim is always linked in the Holy Father's writings to the theme of transmission, with which we are concerned on this study day. The first reference appears in his first encyclical Lumen Fidei, which is dedicated specifically to Christian transmission. And I quote, "The transmission of the faith not only brings light to men and women in every place, it travels through time, passing from one generation to another." This is the Inheritance, Lumen Fidei 38. The same encyclical also relates the Church's function of transmission to that performed by families. The Church, like every family, passes on to her children the whole store of her memories. Number 40. Finally, Lumen Fidei places or considers transmission as an act of disengagement from time, and thus of humility, Christian freedom, and readiness for Christian hope. Space hardens processes, whereas time propels towards the future and encourages us to go forward in hope. Number 57. In Evangelii Gaudium, Francis takes pains to further explain the links he makes between the exercise of power and the mastery of space. This view reveals its dramatic relevance as the world watches helplessly as Ukraine is forcibly invaded. Francis then applies the expression "time is superior to space" to the political realm to emphasize that the vocation of politics is to transmit a legacy, a heritage, through the long-term building of a people. Francis notes that politicians, unfortunately, tend to privilege the short term over the long term, to be obsessed with immediate results, and to privilege spaces of power rather than the timing of processes. In number 3 of Amoris Laetitia, the Pope again brings into play the principle whereby time is greater than space in a context of transmission. This time, concerning the role of the magisterium as guardian of the unity of doctrine and praxis. This role, according to Francis, should not be understood as the power to resolve all discussions of doctrinal, moral, or pastoral issues. In this perspective, he explains that it is legitimate to admit a plurality of ways of interpreting some aspects of that teaching or drawing certain consequences from it. However, it is in the fourth reference, in chapter 7 of Amoris Laetitia, that the critical function the Pope attributes to the principle time is superior to space within social practices of transmission is most evident. Francis is referring to the practices of education as they take place in the family. But the scope of this chapter 7 is much broader, as evidenced by the Pope's use of a vocabulary he has used before. Space is associated with the power to dominate or fossilize. Time is associated with processes of growth. It's associated to the long term and hope. It is more important to start processes than to dominate spaces, Francis states, at number 261. According to Pope Francis, moral education is about strengthening and preparing to face challenges, because it is about educating people who cannot be reduced to prepackaged models. From the standpoint of their educational task, parents are called to exercise prudence, good judgment, and common sense, and to abandon purely quantitative criteria that would fail to reach the mystery of the growth of a human person. On the part of the child himself or herself, what educators should aim at is not so much the transmission of rules or values, but rather as the formation of freedom, so that the young learn to lead their lives by fulfilling a good that they have sought and chosen. From that moment on, it is up to adults to initiate a learning process, which implies that they are gradually disappearing, that they take a step back in favor of the young person's freedom, thus accompanying the slow work of maturation. The important point here is that transmission shifts from the contents that need to be transmitted to instead the protagonists of the educational relationship, young people and adults, and also to the quality of the educational relationship. And this is why Pope Francis insists on the fact that the adult is, first of all, a loving person who avoids putting himself or herself in an overpowering position. Adults testify by their way of being that the good deserves to be loved, and that our work on passions is never over. Adults and young people thus become partners in the mutual process of growing freedom. So we find reciprocity in maturation, which is quite interesting. So of maturing freedom that continues throughout our lives with the help of God's grace. And this makes the family a school of deeper humanity. Gaudium et Spes, number 52. As Julian Paparella pointed out in his first question, education from this perspective is a family practice that proves to be formative for the parents themselves, because it forms adults as well as their children in the virtues. We should recall that virtues are abilities to do good more easily, and that they are acquired through the practice of good. We can quote many examples of virtues that are acquired through concrete educational practices. Well, these questions have forced me to bring to you a number of examples. For instance, it is often by assuming one's duty to initiate children into prayer that parents relearn its simplicity and regularity. In the humility of family prayer, where adults and children kneel together. Or parents relearn generosity when they welcome a child who asks for forgiveness after a mistake or a fit of anger, and their adult heart breaks and opens up to mercy. Or again, parents relearn courage when their child, suffering from a handicap or a special difficulty, shows tenacity in overcoming this trial. We should add that parents also relearn patience from their own parents, who, in their status as grandparents, display treasures of understanding that parents sometimes lack. So this is a step, basically, that's part of the legacy between generations, but not in one single direction. It's something that's mutual. It goes two ways. It goes both ways. This is why chapter 7 is so important in the apostolic exhortation. As a matter of fact, what happens in the family when parents consciously seek to initiate their children in the best possible way in the use of freedom is no different from what happens in Christian communities when they welcome young people who want to prepare for marriage, or when they support families in their daily lives. Chapter 6 of Amoris Laetitia, or when they strive to better integrate people in complex situations and fragilities. Chapter 8 of Amoris Laetitia. It is precisely in this sense that the educational practices of families can serve as an inspiring model for the church, because evangelization presupposes unconditional respect for the persons to whom we address ourselves. In order for accompaniment to be beneficial, Amoris Laetitia suggests in every way that the central question to be asked is exactly that which befits adults in situations of educational responsibility. Where are these persons in an existential sense? Where our children really are in their journey? Amoris Laetitia 261, chapter 7. This question can never be reduced to a question of static positioning in space, which would harden people. On the contrary, it is a matter of trying to identify their trajectory in order to encompass, to embrace the ongoing movement and multiply its potential for growth. Therefore, the relationship between the pastors of the church and the other faithful can also be understood as a process of mutual adaptation and mutual learning. Only those who are on the way can transmit effectively, those who are on their way along the synodal path. To think of the family as a small church does not mean giving the family the task of conforming to a framework that would be predefined by pastors who have not themselves founded a family, except in the Eastern Catholic churches. It is a beautiful thing that in the Institute there are some students who come from Romania, Ukraine, or other countries where it is possible to have Catholic priests who are married. It's a great opportunity for reflection and dialogue. To approach the family as a small church is to state that families, in all their diversity, whether biographical or cultural, are called to humbly offer their way of life, made up of affection and conflict, reconciliation and mutual patience through learning to live together as a true school of life and holiness that enriches the church. The ecclesiological significance of the insights of Amoris Laetitia lies in this reciprocity between the educational function of the church and the educational function of families. If the baptized are generated to faith in the sacraments of the church, families, in turn, are the crucible of a church that is always learning. Once again, to refer back to Julian Paparella's question about families as domestic churches, I would say that Amoris Laetitia, but also Fratelli Tutti, or the Synodal Journey to 2023, encourage us to think about the small church in a more relational way. That would be a critique of the literature on the small churches, I believe. Families are never as ecclesial as when they practice hospitality or experience reciprocal hospitality among families, because such practices take them from a social friendship lived in the family to a more universal fraternity. Fratelli Tutti, 89. And so this is a more universal fraternity that can resist individualism, the individualism of consumer society. I read a beautiful article written by a colleague from Indonesia, because we have a student from Indonesia. It's not here, maybe online. Yes. Identity of Christian family in a consumerism culture. Very, very interesting. So in the same way, it is in the reciprocity lived between families and church communities that the potential for mutual commitment between families and the church based on baptism is manifested. Here we can go back to what Lumen Fide says about the dynamics of transmission and reciprocity inherent in the baptismal condition. The transmission of faith occurs first and foremost in baptism. Baptism, we were baptized. Lumen Fide 41. Regarding Julian Paparella's last question, which asks how can we be aware of God's presence and action in non-Christian families, I would go back to the very sober but powerful statement of Gaudium et Spes. We ought to believe that the Holy Spirit, in a manner known only to God, offers to every man the possibility of being associated with this Paschal mystery. Gaudium et Spes 22. I therefore underline that it is not primarily up to us to know how God works in non-Christian families. The Holy Spirit knows better than we do, and he gives us, as baptized, to believe that he is active in these families. However, the paradigm of reciprocity offers us concrete ways to extend the space of our tent to families who do not share the Christian faith. Thus, in Fratelli Tutti, the Holy Father speaks of a dialogue based on a common commitment. Fratelli Tutti 5, when he recalls his meeting with Grand Imam Al-Tayyib. I think this is also true of family relationships in an interfaith context. It is not so much a matter of creating ad hoc ecclesial spaces that would risk putting Christian communities in an overwhelming or overpowering position of power, basically, but rather of encouraging Christian families to dare to share with others a common commitment to educational responsibility. The belief that the future of mankind requires a conjunction of all educational efforts is precisely at the heart of the global educational pact to which the Holy See has committed itself. We also know that Catholic schools around the world welcome young people regardless of their religious affiliation. In India, I believe 60% of schools are Catholic, but the number of Christians in India is much smaller than that. Amoris Laetitia invites Christian families to witness that the educational practices of transmission are most fruitful when parents give up their authoritarian positions or stances and agree to allow themselves to be transformed by educational adventure to which they have agreed to commit themselves by giving their lives. For Christians, it is a matter of following the example of Jesus, whose surprising freedom requires the freedom of those to whom he speaks, today as in the past. Faith, therefore, calls us to pay attention to other educational resources that are present in the religions and wisdoms of the world, believing that they are enlivened by the Holy Spirit in a way that God knows. Therefore, by engaging in shared educational practices and fighting especially against the ghettos that relegate the children of migrant families to schools on the urban periphery. I see that you're listening. In so doing, Christian families can contribute to the creation of more fraternal societies. It is a very concrete act, and it is a dialogue that comes from the sharing of a work that is educational work that belongs to all families and all human organizations, the church included. And I would like to, in conclusion, say that liturgical practices are among the specific forms of social organization and transmission that the church offers to her faithful. In his apostolic exhortation Verbum Domini, Pope Benedict XVI gives an account of the formative and structuring character of the liturgy in the life of Christians, beginning with the performative character of the word in the liturgical context, thus using a concept from the performative character, and this comes from human sciences and more specifically from linguistics. In Verbum Domini 53, Pope Benedict XVI thus emphasizes the formative, transformative, and educational potential of the liturgy as the privileged setting in which God speaks to us in the midst of our lives. He speaks today to his people who hear and respond. Verbum Domini 52. In turn, Pope Francis insists on the effects of the encounter of a particular people with their Lord when, having received baptism, the Holy Spirit gives rise in them their own ways of expressing themselves and belonging to the church that shaped and evangelized popular culture. The convergence between these two popes, even though their styles are so different, should prompt contemporary theologians to reflect on liturgical practices as implicit instances of the formation of the faithful during their baptismal life. In order to do this, it is necessary to begin by rediscovering the sense of the historicity of the liturgy. It is missing in this generation, if I might say so, the historical character of the liturgy, insofar as the legacy of the living faith has never ceased to renew its forms of expression in contact with new cultures and under the pressure of cultural evolutions that have impacted the language of the liturgy, particularly through music, but also through the organization of the rite itself. I think it would be very interesting for students from all around the world to suggest small liturgies with different styles in order to enter into prayer together and believe that we can be changed through a shared prayer that comes from different cultures. Through the evolution of her liturgical norms, the Church gives birth and also leads to the rebirthing of the baptized in the Spirit and allows herself to be challenged by the dead and risen Christ so that communities might emerge that are more rooted in living faith, more fraternal, and more missionary. Faced with the challenges of transmitting the gospel and the contribution of Christians to the ethical issues of our time, it is important today to rethink the ethical and missionary potential of liturgical spaces that different, very diverse populations inhabit, sometimes with little catecheses, and to bring to light the stakes of the Christian faith at the intersection between anthropology and ethics. This is an essential field of research for fundamental theology, provided it dares to develop in line with Christian practices, deploying its creative and critical capacities. Thank you.
Ringraziamo questo intervento.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation that addressed an important issue in the tradition, those practices that have the family as their reference point. You mentioned the ecumenical dimension of the family, and I remember that in a meeting with the couple tasked in Egypt with the preparation of young persons to marriage, well, they told me that about 50% of the people who attended the courses for the preparation to marriage were Muslims, because the Muslim faith there does not have similar courses. So they looked to the Christian practice as a beacon of practice. We'll now move on to a different aspect, an aspect of the tradition within the human person that will be addressed by Stefan Kampowski. He was born in Bavaria. He has lived he studied in the United States, then in Gaming. He has become a professor with this institute, already in 2006. He has authored a number of texts about philosophical issues. The latest one being Embracing Our Finitude. So he represents a very strong dialogue with the present day philosophy. He has changed the title of his presentation, and he will talk about the Middle Age, a time of crisis, a time of generativity. Professor Kampowski.
Sì.
Yes, I will be speaking English. I did the best I could to research Middle Age in different continents. I haven't succeeded everywhere, At any rate, what I have found is, I hope, interesting, and I will present what I have found.
I was unable to verify the hypothesis of 5 different views on midlife, depending on 5 different continents, or 6 as there are. The data I was able to find rather speaks in favor of a surprising similarity in the way that this stage in life is experienced in different countries around the globe. I was, however, able to identify two different outlooks on an individual's life as a whole, and consequently also on midlife, which is part of it. Now, these two perspectives on life as a whole, I don't think they're exclusive. They can be even held in the mind of the same sociologist or the same philosopher. But it is helpful to distinguish them. Following the terminology adopted by Anthony Giddens, it seems that one can look at the whole of life as a lifespan or as a life cycle. And this will be the first step in my presentation, discussing the two possible ways of understanding life as a whole, and hence two possible ways of understanding midlife, which is a part of life as a whole. I will then proceed to discuss the question of the midlife crisis and the globally verifiable phenomenon of the so-called U-curve of self-declared life satisfaction along the stages of people's lives. So here I'm looking at the world as a whole, at different continents. Afterwards, I will seek to interpret these findings on the basis of the distinction previously introduced, and present and draw on Erik Erikson's intuition that midlife or maturity is the age in which persons are confronted with the alternative between stagnation and generativity, which brings us to our topic finally. So to actually generate, to pass on to the next generation the gift they have received, and recognizing in this way also their own parents. So let us begin the question, life cycle or lifespan, what is it? One of the first reflections on the stages of life has come to us from Aristotle. In his rhetoric, he distinguishes 3 stages of human life: youth, prime, and old age. Inasmuch as one's prime is between one's youth and old age, it could also be called midlife. The philosopher differentiates between the prime age of one's body, which he puts between the age of 30 and 35. I've just passed that by far. But the prime of one's soul, he puts exactly at 49, so I'm right there. The prime of one's soul is 49 for St. Aristotle. These indications are extremely interesting because they tell us that the question of midlife is independent of the average life expectancy from birth in a given society. Whether people have an average life expectancy from birth of 40 or 80, midlife will still be the same for them, only that in the first case, many of them will not so much as reach it. But in Aristotle's society, if Aristotle says that his society had an average life expectancy, I don't know what it was, but maybe 40, 50, certainly not 80. So I think what I just said holds true. If you look exclusively at the biology of aging and the psychology of accumulating life experiences to distinguish the stages of life, we will get at something we can call the lifespan view, that then corresponds to the idea of a generation as a cohort. A cohort is a group of people born within the same time frame and marked by similar life experiences. Sociologists usually set this period at around 15 years. The lifespan of each cohort is marked by particular historical events and biological developments of growth, maturity, and decline. Time is, strictly speaking, linear. There are successive stages, one following upon the other. The lifespan view on individual human life and the corresponding cohort view of human generations is the dominant one in modern societies. whose distinguishing feature is the Industrial Revolution. For Marcel Enough, in societies of this kind, people define themselves primarily as producers, whose most profitable periods of activity are post-school youth and adulthood. This useful time is supported by two periods of dependence, childhood and or adolescence, and then old age. One is the period of training, requires high investment. The other is useful only insofar as it consumes. So old people are useful as consumers. For modern societies, tendentially. Modern societies thus predominantly have a tripartite view on life, not dissimilar to Aristotle's. They have a tripart view of life as a whole, the pre-productive stage in the beginning, the post-productive age in the end, and midlife between the stages of productivity. What does midlife have to do with tradition or transmission or generation on this view? Response, nothing. There is, however, an alternative way of looking at the stages of life. There is what we can call the life cycle view, and that corresponds to the idea of the cycle of generations, and that brings us to our topic. Here, the term generation has a different meaning. It is no longer a cohort, a group of individuals roughly of the same age and affected by shared historical experiences. Rather, according to Remo Baudet, a generation in this sense indicates the temporal distance between parents and children. Baudet speaks here of the biological sense of generation, probably having in mind the fact that a generation is generated and generates, hence its name. However, it may be better to call this perspective a kinship view of generation, as does Anthony Giddens, though maintaining the sociological term cohort. I cite from Giddens, a generation is a distinct kinship cohort or order, a kinship order, which sets the individual's life within a sequence of collective transitions, end of quote. Seen from this perspective, which according to Anthony Giddens is proper to pre-modern societies, tradition and the continuity of the generations are inherently tied to one another. Again, these are Giddens' words. Tradition and the continuity of the generations are inherently tied to one another. For him, if the connections between the individual life and the interchange of the generations have been broken, then the idea of the life cycle indeed makes very little sense. Thus, for Giddens, only if the individual life is seen as inserted into the cycle of generations does it make sense to speak of the individual's life cycle. It is the life cycle view of midlife based on the cycle of generations that touches most directly on the topic of our conference on tradition and heritage and transmission of heritage. Though the expression cycle of generations is common, and Giddens uses it without raising any conceptual problem, one may still ask what is cyclical about it. According to anthropologists such as Marcel Mauss and following him here, Marcel Enough, what is transmitted from one generation to another, starting obviously with life itself, and then including knowledge, virtues, symbols, material goods, ideas, values, all this takes on the form of the gift. Now, the gift in the sense of, say, Marcel Mauss of anthropology. Now, as Enough puts it, in every gift, something of oneself is presented to the other, through which one commits oneself. It is a pledge and a substitute of oneself. Through the gift, one enters into alliance, into a covenant. One pledges oneself. The gift links the donor to the beneficiary. It is at one and the same time an offer and a request of recognition. The gift is always an offer and a request for recognition, and thus an invitation to reciprocity. Now, if the gift is an invitation to reciprocity, how can there be reciprocity and mutual recognition, which the gift asks for, between what is past and what is future? Here, Enough points out that in Mauss, we find the distinction between two kinds of reciprocity. One is direct, symmetrical, and contemporaneous. That's quite straightforward. The second kind, however, is rather astonishing, almost paradoxical. Mauss calls it indirect, alternating reciprocity. It's indirect, it's alternating reciprocity. Formulated in general terms, it is the reciprocity that makes me give back to C what I received from A, and that C will give back to D, and so on, without it ever returning back to me. Applied to the cycle of generations, this form of reciprocity means that I pay back to those who preceded me and bequeathed all this by transferring it to those who come after me. This is the solution to how groups separated in time can give each other the due recognition as if they lived at the same time. The very logic of the gift requires that those who give the gift obtain a response from those who receive it, and that the latter are in fact capable of giving that response. Applied to the generations, this means that it is necessary that generations separated in time be engaged in an unbreakable reciprocal bond. And how do we create this bond? That is the question. Creating such a bond between generations is the challenge. And the circular model of reciprocity, Mauss's indirect alternative alternating reciprocity, is the solution adopted by traditional societies. That is, traditional literally in the sense of societies where the heritage is handed over as a gift. As Enough puts it, the gift in return to those who precede is made in favor of those who come. It is as if each person responded to the previous generation by recognizing in it the following generation. The grandchildren then appear as substitutes for the grandparents. In the generational movement, a direct return is impossible. What is necessary is to link the old and the new, thus death to life. It is necessary to affirm life in a paradoxical reciprocity by linking what goes and what comes, what disappears and what grows. Again, this necessity derives from the fact that traditional societies have wanted to understand the relationship between generations as a gift relationship. Otherwise, a simple linear transmission of material, immaterial goods would have been sufficient. A process of linear transmission does not require any symbolic representations of oneself, does not imply any recognition between the groups involved. However, once goods transmitted from one generation to the next are understood as having the nature of the gift, then these goods are symbolic of the givers themselves. The watch that I inherit from my father symbolizes my father and links me to my father. It is in the gift, in this symbol by which the donor commits himself, that an ethical dimension of the relationship between generations emerges. Indeed, this indirect alternating reciprocity is nothing other than a form of diachronic solidarity. This is the analysis of Marcel Enough. The cycle of generations thus means that one generation generates the next, passing on to it the gift of life and all the goods connected with it. When the generated generation in turn generates its sons and daughters, it not only prolongs the transmission of life in a linear movement, but also returns in a cyclical movement the gift to the previous generation. the gift that sons and daughters give to their parents so as to return the gift they have received from them, is to become fathers and mothers themselves, making their parents grandparents. The individual's life circle is inserted into the context of the cycle of generations. One can thus look at a generation as a cohort born within a specific time frame, marked by shared historical experiences, or alternatively as a kinship group characterized by its respective place in the cycle of generations, by being sons and daughters, parents and grandparents. To my mind, these two ways of looking at generations are not exclusive. Depending on the perspective adopted, one can then look at the stages of life from the perspective of the lifespan or the life cycle. To give a preliminary, still to be further elaborated, definition of midlife according to either view, we can say that the lifespan view sees midlife as when one has reached the prime of life, whereupon one starts noticing a decline in one's mental and physical capacities, and when one's accumulated past outweighs one's prospective future. On the life cycle view, one is in midlife when one is at the same time a spouse, a parent, an adult child, and possibly a young grandparent, assuming corresponding roles and responsibilities. An obvious objection to the life cycle view on midlife is that, as a matter of fact, not everyone gets to be a father or mother. One can, however, define midlife more generally as an age in which people tend to take on responsibilities analogous to those based on kinship, responsibilities of caring for those who are younger and those who are older. But human kinship roles remain the principle of the analogy. It also needs to be said that in societies in which people become parents at an ever later date, or even renounce parenthood altogether and do so inherently often, the life cycle view becomes ever more implausible, as Anthony Giddens has clearly seen, and the lifespan view gains in prevalence to become almost exclusive. One can look legitimately at life from both perspectives, but once the experience of generativity diminishes, the idea of a life cycle is becoming increasingly implausible. Having made the distinction between these two perspectives, and having given a preliminary definition of midlife corresponding to each, we will now proceed to ask about the meaning of midlife, the experiences proper to it. Here, the first thing to be said is that midlife is a time of a particular crisis. We will first say a few words on the midlife crisis, which has come to be generally seen as a characteristic experience of midlife, but which is not uncontroversial in sociological literature. So, midlife crisis now. In hitting the bottom of the U-curve, keep present the term U-curve. In 1965, Elliot Jaques published his highly influential article, Death and the Midlife Crisis, in which he diagnosed the compulsive attempts in many men and women reaching middle age to remain young, the hypochondriacal concern over health and appearance, the emergence of sexual promiscuity in order to prove youth and potency. These were among the main elements of what he termed the midlife crisis. For decades, the notion enjoyed great vigor and wide currency. It was quite youthful. However, as one author puts it, in the early 2000s, at the most proper age of around 35, the midlife crisis itself began experiencing its midlife crisis. It was being put into question, especially after the publication of the results of a major survey conducted in the United States at the end of the 90s of the last century, the so-called MIDOS, Midlife in the United States study. At that point, many researchers began questioning the actual existence of a midlife crisis. However, in sociology, the midlife crisis regained currency again, at least since the publication of the meta-studies conducted by David Blanchflower and Andrew Oswald in 2008, which then Blanchflower has taken up again and expanded with Carol Graham in 2021. The authors of these studies give pervasive empirical evidence, not for the inevitable necessity of each adult in his or her early 40s to late 50s to experience a midlife crisis, but rather for what they call the U-curve of self-declared life satisfaction along the lifespan. Thus, Blanchflower and Graham state, when various measures of lifetime happiness are represented on a graph, with time as the x-axis and the degree of happiness as the y-axis, a U-shape appears. Early life and contra-intuition, old age, are the happiest periods, with midlife forming the base of the curve as the part in which one is the most prone to unhappiness and depression. This has been replicated in a variety of contexts with extremely large data sets. Now, they are performing a meta-study, so they looked at studies from all kinds of countries, and they claim that the U-shape in well-being has now been found in 145 countries. In addition, they note a hill shape in antidepressant use, which maximizes in the mid-40s in European countries. There's likewise a hill-shaped curve along the lifespan in markers for stress across a large number of countries in the Gallup World Poll. It seems in midlife people are unhappiest. Here then is what is being measured, just to explain briefly, by the studies referred to. People surveyed by the Eurobarometer, for instance, were asked, on the whole, are you very satisfied? You get 4 points if you say yes. Are you satisfied? 3 points. Are you fairly satisfied? Are you not satisfied? 2 points. Are you not satisfied at all? 1 point. And what is indicated by the tables that we are referring here as the U-curve, people are very happy when they are 15, and then it goes all downhill from there, and then they reach midlife, and it's the valley of the U-curve, and once they get to 59, 60, it goes up again, and they are happy again. Or they say they are satisfied, which is not the same as happiness, but let's not push the point. So satisfaction goes up again after about 59. So I still have some years in the U-curve, in the bottom of the U-curve, hopefully, God willing. So what is indicated by the tables are the variations in the responses in the course of the lifespan. The variation between age 15, 3.28, age 40, whatever, 2.69 or something. Blanchflower and Oswald claim to be able to show that well-being reaches its minimum around the middle of life. According to them, the regularity is intriguing. The U-shape is similar for males and females. It's not only a white male thing, and it's for each side of the Atlantic Ocean, and it's not only for Europe and the Americas. They're able to document a statistically significant U-shape in happiness or life satisfaction by age in 72 countries, which happen to include nations from all 6 inhabited continents. Now, how to interpret this crisis, if we want, or this U-curve? One, from the lifespan view, what one can say is the crisis has probably got to do with being confronted with one's finitude, with having missed out on important on options. One has less future and more past. One has to renounce now on one's aspirations. This is your prime. More is not likely to be expected. And this also, we also feel our body making itself noted. One notices a decline in one's strength. As Romano Guardini puts it, One gets an ever clearer sense of the limits of one's proper strength. One experiences tiredness, life loses its newness and freshness. All there is the same old. Life is laborious and conflict-ridden with little to motivate us. If this is the situation, then the fact of someone trying to break out of it, to seek to prove themselves once more, pretending to be young again and starting all over, that may actually appear understandable. People try to find a new life, a new career, a new, preferably much younger partner, effectively destroying everything they had spent years on building. As Ludovico Berra points out, the phenomenon of extemporaneous romantic adventures and erotic passions at the age of late maturity is common enough for the French to have coined a proper expression for it, le démon du midi, the midlife demon. Welcome to the midlife crisis. Don't know if it's true. I hope. So the experience of being confronted with our finitude is part of our human condition, but all along, this would explain why the U-curve in life satisfaction can be verified with a certain consistency around the globe, while the actual occurrence of a midlife crisis seems to be more prevalent in economically advanced countries. After all, as Gail Sheehy puts it, it costs money to have a midlife crisis. Not everyone has that. Even though there's a doctoral dissertation I consulted in South Africa, midlife crisis in South Africa, the one conducting it said 33% of South Africans experience a midlife crisis, as opposed to 10 to 20% of Americans. So the crisis, the bottom of the U-curve, from the perspective of the life cycle. While what has been said about midlife from the perspective of the lifespan view is and remains valid, another outlook on midlife is possible. Midlife in the life cycle. This perspective provides alternative and in some ways complementary considerations for interpreting the midlife valley and its eventual hopeful resolution in old age. It is a perspective that sees people's lives inserted into the cycle of generations. As we have seen from Mauser's and Enough's considerations, this perspective is proper to more traditional, that is, kinship-based societies, which, however, does not prevent this outlook, does not prevent contemporary authors from espousing it or from proposing at least some elements of it. Again, a central element of this view is that it pays attention to the fact that generations are generated and generate. They transmit life, goods, traditions. Now, indeed, concern for the fundamental human experience of generativity is something we find in the short, though profound and highly influential description of midlife provided by Erik Erikson. Describing the stages of psychological development, Erikson goes well beyond Aristotle formulating 8 phases, but 6 of those regard childhood and adolescence. So the 6th and the 7th and the 8th stage correspond to Aristotle again. For Erikson, persons pass from one stage to the next by confronting specific crises and by finding ever new answers to the question, who am I? And each new way of defining oneself builds on the previous one. According to him, once we reach maturity, the increment of identity is based on the formula, we are what we love. That for Erikson is midlife. We are what we love. Not only are human beings in need of learning, we are no less in need of teaching. The result is that dependency and maturity are reciprocal, I cite from Erikson. Mature man needs to be needed. We need to be needed. Maturity is guided by the nature of that which must be cared for. The word that best describes mature human beings is that of generativity. Generativity then is primarily the concern for establishing and guiding the next generation. This concept is not limited to becoming a father or mother in the flesh, but it is meant to include productivity and creativity. I have 5 minutes. There's only 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Largely interpreting the results of her research on the basis of Erikson's categories, Margie Lachman, a distinguished researcher on midlife, identifies several experiences that are characteristic of midlife and that sound very different from those considered by Blanchflower and colleagues. Lachman does not speak about the confrontation with one's limitations or about the anguish of having missed out on life. All but one of the experiences to which she refers have to do with kinship roles. There is, for one, the fact that many people in their midlife experience the loss of their parents and the grief that goes with it. Further, middle-aged adults may be launching children and experiencing the empty nest, adjusting to having grown children then return to home, phenomenon of so-called boomerang kids. They become grandparents, giving or receiving financial assistance, taking care of a widowed or sick parent, getting used to being the oldest generation, the extended family after both parents have passed away. In a more recent article, 2021, Lachman and her colleagues, Frank Infurna and Dennis Gerstoff, claim that the age boundaries are secondary when it comes to defining midlife. More important than, I cite, chronological age are the unique role constellations that people take on combined with the timing of life events and experiences. Indeed, for them, I cite again, midlife is only loosely tied to age boundaries, but defined and characterized by the myriad of social roles that people take on, occupy, and feel responsible for. These roles include, but are not limited to, spouse or partner, parent, grandparent, adult child, sibling, friend, co-worker, caregiver, community and religious roles. End of citation. But we note the first examples they give are all kinship roles. To be a spouse, to be a parent, a grandparent. Lachman and her colleagues explicitly challenge the existence of a midlife crisis, for one, and then paradoxically, they claim that up to 20% of adults in the United States experience one. So what they challenge is not the midlife crisis as such, but only that everyone experiences it. They have some reservations about the U-curve, which we don't need to discuss right now. I do think it's pretty clear that a U-curve in life satisfaction there is. But independent of the quality of the data that makes for a U-curve reading, Infurna and Gerstoff and Lachman certainly provide sufficient ground for accounting for the phenomenon when they point out that middle-aged adults are often simultaneously balancing caregiving-related duties for aging parents, relaunching their adult children, maintaining their own career. People in their midlife are often faced with an overload of a myriad of roles, which is prone to take its toll on them. In consonance with Erikson's description, the practice that for these authors most defines midlife is that of caregiving. They explain that informal caregiving for dependent children and or aging adults, parents, and or aging parents, while working full-time, is referred to as double and triple duty caregiving. By defining midlife primarily in terms of caregiving and in terms of kinship roles, and thus in terms of generativity, Lachman and her colleagues are following Erikson, to whom they make explicit reference. At the same time, it would seem that by doing so, by following Erikson, they also, at least implicitly, interpret midlife as a stage of the life cycle, rather than a stage in the lifespan. The question of generativity is present in our lives along the whole way, and yet it is particularly in midlife that the issue becomes acutely pressing. It becomes urgent to ask ourselves, what is it that we have already passed on? And what is it that we can still pass on to the next generation? Who are the ones we are caring for? Who are we? Who are we? And to say it again with Erickson, we are what we love. Thank you.
Bene, questa relazione ci ha
Very well. This contribution brought us to the concept that in generativity we find the essential act of a tradition and something that man needs to understand himself. To measure his own life, man must see generativity and tradition as something that's constitutive of himself, and how the contemporary thinking of all these authors that were mentioned, Hannah, Erickson, and Moss, well, they focus on this circumstance, this concept, generativity. So our culture must understand this inner generativity. Otherwise, we find this contradiction of, let's say, the gender that does not generate. So that's a very important theme. And now we have a generative moment of recovering our strength, our vitality. And in 20 minutes, okay, in 20 minutes, we will be back here to continue with our session. Thank you.
Quindi anche aspettiamo, a meno che mancano I due correlatori e dobbiamo vedere sì.
So our two speakers are not back yet, so we have to wait for them to join us.
No, chiama. Cesare, se puoi chiamarli.
If you could please call them. Thank you.
Uno è perso. Sì, no, che questo per quello che avete la crisi è qui.
So it's your midlife crisis kicking in, I think.
Nella U-curve, nel fondo. Sono ancora qui, pensavo di...
No, perché dopo tu devi essere qui perché dopo ti fanno domande, c'è un posto, almeno c'è idealmente un tempo di domande per quelli che siete in crisi.
Ok, scusate, ho rifatto.
Va bene. No, bene, cominciamo adesso e dopo ya vediamo.
Okay, let us begin now. Let us begin with our last lecture. Actually, the two lectures of this afternoon are in dialogue with the prior ones. And this one is dedicated to education. We have looked at a family, the church. Here too, we basically will provide an ecclesial outlook into the experience itself of education. We have Pierpaolo Triani, professor of general pedagogy at the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart in Milan and Piacenza as well. And between 2006 and 2017, he has been the director of the School for Education, and he also works with the Toniolo Institute, and he is the editor of the Clero Italiano Review. He also wrote on the contribution of Lonergan to philosophy of formation. And then also he wrote essays on the school and local area and educational cooperation. And he will talk about midlife ecclesial insights starting from educational practices. Thank you. Very well. Thank you. Thank you wholeheartedly for your kind invitation and for the opportunity that you have given me to reflect on these themes together. And the contribution I would like to bring to you addresses the theme of the relationship between the middle age of adults and pastoral and educational practices with adults through three passages, three steps that would also seek to enhance and develop the profound interventions that were delivered prior to my presentation. The backdrop to my presentation is the topic we have discussed all day long, tradition and heritage, which from the pedagogical standpoint we could translate as follows: the task and the need to transmit and nurture and take care of life and the reasons for living as a peculiar datum of adult life. I was talking about three steps or three passages. The first passage concerns the existential condition of midlife that was described in detail, that I will also then readdress, trying to provide you with additional insights. But when adult life begins to take shape, the person finds himself in need of assuming a complex of relational, family, professional, social, and economic responsibilities. All this involves the constant exercise of mediation. In midlife, we might say that the adults mediate, they continuously mediate, looking for a balance that is always tenuous between different tasks, spaces, times, roles, demands, ambitions, and needs. The mediation task is necessary, but is also hazardous because in trying to constantly look for balancing points, we might lose sight of the fundamental meanings of life and also neglect its foundational and fundamental relationships. So here we have a first pastoral question involving the education of adults. To what extent our practices add an extra domain of mediation in the life of adults instead of helping them to root themselves in the fundamental meanings and to take care of these foundational relationships? In midlife, adults powerfully experience the condition of a subject who finds himself in the need to dedicate himself. He should dedicate himself to himself and to other people. It is no longer the time when we can rely heavily on others, but rather this is the season or the age in which adults find themselves in the situation where they have to take care of others instead. Care that also becomes a concern, and quite often it also becomes a source of anxiety. The adult is by definition very busy. But for this very reason, we must recognize that dedication can lead people to get caught up in the frenzy of achieving results and to then bend themselves over their own tasks and interests. And so here we have a second pastoral educational question. How are we able to accompany the exercise of this dedication in adults? How much do we, to what extent we feed this frenzy of constant things to do instead of helping adults to understand the meaning of dedication? In midlife, adults strongly experience the wish to be generative. We heard this clearly earlier in the broadest sense of the term. And there is the urge to generate children, but there's also the urge to build, to leave a mark, to produce, to create something. But there can be a short-sighted generativity that is aimed only at satisfying individual needs. But instead, there is a generativity with a broader view that recognizes that the task of adults is to keep cherishing and cultivating the conditions for life to grow. The commitment to educate and transmit reasons for living requires generativity with this broader gaze, which, however, involves relational resources and resources of meaning, without which the desire for self-affirmation will more often than not prevail. But how well are we able to nurture authentic generativity? In midlife, adults, just when the thought of being able to do everything is strongest, they begin to come to terms with their own and other people's limitation, the limits of our lives and that of the social and historical context in which we live. In the life of an adult, the possibility of coming to terms with suffering, the toil of living, the worry about the lack of resources, the onset of illnesses, the death of loved ones becomes greater. The experience of these limits leads to the experience of disenchantment, which unfortunately, in some cases, turns into disillusionment and existential loneliness. How able are we to accompany adults in the midst of their difficulties and fragility in this midlife? In midlife, the exercise of responsibility also brings with it the experience of failure, the fear of failure, even from the educational and family standpoint, the bitterness in seeing that some projects do not take the desired form. And this leads to regret for choices made or not made, regret that sometimes can turn into a sense of guilt, but also into envy and resentment. How good are we in paying attention to this difficulty that adults have for self-acceptance? In midlife, adults begin to perceive more clearly that cultivating life involves taking care of the present, but also building the future, enhancing the heritage, but also building the heritage. Concerns about the present time, however, can lead to reading the future in a threatening way. And this aspect, as we know, has an impact on the ability to communicate to the new generation a gaze of hope. To what extent are we able to recognize the efforts made by adults to build the future? To what extent are we able to give ourselves and give them hope? The care of the present and the building of the future are come together in the educational effort, but the educational effort requires resources. Now I'm coming to my second passage or step, which concerns the need in educational practices with adults to carefully consider the formative dynamic of adults, which can be briefly described by referring to a few principles. Adults learn not so much if they are forced to do so, but if they perceive in the proposal that is made to them something that is significant, that responds to their needs and questions. Adults learn better if they see that the commitment that is required of them generates new cultural and operational resources in them, new resources to deal with reality. Adults learn best by doing. That is, when they feel directly involved, when they see that they're not considered simply as recipients, but rather as the bearers of experience and skills that are a gift for others. Families, not just as recipients, then. Adults learn best together, that is, by sharing with others the road they're traveling. Shared experience is a fundamental aspect of every formative process, even more so in adults, where the risk of isolation and closure in one's own concerns is even higher. And I'm coming now to the third step that refers to possible, let's say, pathways of work for pastoral practices that are capable of intercepting the lives of adults in their middle age. I think the general principle is to shy away from improvised activities, to avoid these improvised activities that do not communicate the sense of what is being proposed, but also to avoid an excessive structuring that risks conveying the message that something is being asked of adults that will become an additional burden in their daily lives. It is therefore necessary to try to build a framework of proposals that are permanent in both meaning and function, that can become points of reference for adults, but that can be accessed in a flexible way. It is important, for instance, for a young adult who is busy in taking care of his or her children or elderly relatives to know that he or she can count on a path of spirituality in which it can participate without, however, being caught up in the anxiety, thinking about this permanent participation. This is what I call the principle of formative flexibility, which indeed requires of Christian communities creativity, planning, and the ability to adapt their own organizational forms to people's lives, at least in part. I believe that nowadays we are asked to work to allow people to feel accompanied and supported in their human and faith life through the construction of meaningful existential spaces. A life overladen by commitments, with commitments, asked first of all for moments of spaces of gratuitousness where I'm not asked to perform, but where I experience first of all the gratuitousness of recognizing, listening, welcoming, but also the gratuitousness of the gift of self for the fulfillment of a shared project. The liturgical experience itself that was mentioned earlier can be experienced as an experience of gratuitousness. A life where one is called to play multiple roles in the family, in the church, at work, needs to experience spaces of friendship and fraternity. The family is fundamental for this aspect, but it is not enough. Actually, the vitality of the family demands to be nourished by a wider circle of relationships that make me feel at home. A wider circle of friendships that set in motion the virtuous circle of giving and receiving care. In a life where educational commitments can not only rely on what we have received, adults need spaces of formation through a dialogue regarding our respective experiences. In a life where questions arise every day, where worries grow, where certainties seem fragile, where it is difficult to read daily events in an evangelical way, we need spaces where the narration of our story is interwoven with that of others, and where people help each other to reread their own stories through the eyes of the gospel. Spaces where shared narration also becomes a commitment of dedication towards life in a plurality of forms. A life marked by the discovery of the precariousness of life, of the growing awareness of the limits of one's own and others' resources, of one's own errors, of one's own sins, needs to be able to find spaces of reconciliation where one can experience the gaze of benevolence, but also where one can touch the strength of forgiveness in the lives of others. A life characterized by extroversion that quite often is accompanied by a strong self-centeredness. We need spaces that push us to come to terms with ourselves more, with the questions and wishes that dwell into our hearts. And basically, in a life that often turns out to be fragmented and quite dispersive, there is a need for adults in their midlife to experience spaces where they're led back to reflect on what is essential, on that vital core of life that we can transmit and deliver only, I believe, if we continue to prepare ourselves to receive. Thank you. Very well. Thank you for your contribution. And now we have some time for debate, for dialogue, and I would like to invite the president to join us here so that he can answer your questions. And I'm sure that there will be perhaps a few students who have questions for our speakers. And now they are talking to each other and wondering who is going to ask the question. Okay, so please, if you could step to the lectern to ask your question. Thank you. They're afraid that if they ask the wrong question, there will be like a hatch that will open up and they will fall in the basement or something. Thank you. I have a question for Professor Pierpaolo. First of all, I would like to establish the context of my question first, specifying that I am a laywoman, I am married from Colombia, by the way. And in this quest for this personal growth, 8 years ago, I found several options that were offered to me on the market dedicated to personal growth. And we can say that these products they try to deal with the topics we have discussed today. Gratuitousness, forgiveness, bereavement, the relationships of friendship, self-acceptance, the activities that prompt us to help other people, to overcome our fears. This is what you can find on the market, basically. It is a good thing. But then this is centered on the person. It is all focused on the person. And I believe that this is a limit also. So my question now, is it possible to devise a process that conveys the sense for during middle life, starting from the gospel, from the Bible? And when the professor talks about this topic that's so interesting, so what are your what is your vision on this? Could you please shed more light on this? Thank you. We will gather a few more questions. It seems as if no one else would like to ask questions or make comments. Does not seem to be the case. Sorry about that. So I was thinking that perhaps the professor could answer this question. Well, rather than answering, I will try to answer and try to share. Thank you. It seems to me that the question from my point of view is found in the distinction between a project or plan and vocation to life, meaning that plans can fail. And we, as adults, we are fully aware of this. We know this very well. But we, as believers, we believe that our vocation to life, the foundational relationship that makes up our life, it is still there, it stays. And that the faithfulness that is donated to us and that is asked from us is faithfulness to our vocation within plans that might fail. And in this sense, I believe that we need to help each other in achieving our plans, because then the vocation is expressed concretely in our life plans. But we also need to recognize that we are not the ones, let's say, the makers of our plans, but this happens within the relationship that we build our personal story and a faithfulness to a sequela, which is not just merely the achievement or implementation of a plan. From the pastoral care standpoint, this implies, on the one hand, a formation, I believe, a formation towards interiority and personal discernment, which is not as it is often stated in the supermarket of books that you find at gas stations. Basically, at gas stations, you have all these self-help and self-care books, on the highway, at least here in Italy, and which is that provide a self-centered outlook, which is not the perspective of Christian anthropology, which is exactly in the opposite direction. It's in the framework of the relationship with other and self-giving and the recognition of this foundational relationship. But from the pedagogical standpoint, working on the concept of plan, of project, we always have to think about a life plan within the vocation, which is the foundation of our lives. And I could make examples. I can give you examples of a heritage I've received. When I was a young adult and I was in Freiburg in Switzerland for my PhD, I received a letter from my dad, and he wrote, "We miss you, but we see that this is your road. Do whatever you need is right, but you should always recognize what the direction you're following is, and the direction is the gospel." This is what he wrote in that letter. I believe that this is the basic element of this legacy that we can also give to younger generations, this direction, which to us is a relationship. But now I risk saying something silly here in front of people who have dedicated their life in pondering these questions. But pedagogically, I think that we should recover this dimension. We should accompany adults in discovering the vocation of their lives, which is not just the specific vocation, but it is the basic vocation of being children and brothers and sisters. Thank you. And you wanted to ask a question, Professor? Yes. The question is a little bit like also a dialogue with Professor Triani, because I really was thinking that his contribution was very inspiring for us as professors. So my question would be, if you are aware of places for teaching and research in theology that are dedicated to midlife, to our middle age, because our students are mostly in the midlife students, and they're in their middle age. And I would just like to give you an example in this dialogue. So I found your contribution to be very inspiring. Next year, we will have a workshop for PhD students with 4 voices, quote unquote. And we decided together in the beginning to basically tell the story of our itinerary in our research activities, to give a voice to our students who are here, because they all have a story to share. And you said at some point that we need spaces or places where there's a shared narration or storytelling or narrative. My question is, are you aware of any places, of any such places where this happens? Because it's difficult. So this is my question. And then comment, I'd like to reply to Luisa very briefly. I found your question very, very interesting. And what you said about this quest, right, of being on a personal path of personal growth, because I think that this is a reason to study theology, this search for personal growth. And you asked the question, how can we start from the Bible? So I found out just 3 days ago that a professor from Freiburg, his name is Philippe Lefebvre, he's a Dominican father, and he wrote a beautiful booklet that I read in the French version, but I saw that it was also translated into Italian. The title is Biblical Provocations on the Family. In Italian, Provocazioni bibliche sulla famiglia. And his proposal or his proposition in the beginning is to establish small groups where people can read the Bible again, right? With the questions, the doubts that we have regarding the family. And it is true, all the professors who have spoken today, they explain, and Professor Kampowski as well, explained that there are new questions regarding the meaning of life in middle age. Or midlife. And so there's really a provocation for pastoral care, but also for theology. I think that it is a beautiful question, because the Bible needs to be reread again at different ages. And when there are people from around the world with different cultures, this once again is an opportunity to reread the Bible and receive, thanks to the Bible, through the Holy Spirit, new, let's say, new stimulation. I have a question for Professor Kampowski, meaning that you spoke about generativity within the framework of giving. And this rationale, let's say, framework of giving, I do not know, well, in many authors, but in your view, in order to recover generativity in contemporary culture, do we need to take or assume this paradigm of giving? Because at the end of the day, what I've seen is that philosophers speak more about giving than theologians do. And now on the topic of giving, from the social standpoint, is this a new element that can be quite stimulating for individuals and sometimes Christians who we think that we already know everything about giving, and we do not think about this. We don't ponder this concept. What do you think? Because in this way, generativity is something that remains hidden as a concept, because initially it does not seem something that we are conscious of. Instead, it has a huge power to generate a new culture that seems to be dead from many different standpoints.
Sì, penso.
Yes, I do believe that in order to recover generativity in our societies, I think that it would be very useful to try and recover and find for the first time this rationale of giving, this logics of giving within philosophy, within anthropology. And I do not think that it is all clear. It's everything that is all clear, that all authors agree on this. Not at all. But what I'm thinking about in particular, well, it's the second time that I participate in this workshop on giving with this principal text is Mouse. And then with my students, I'm reading against the gift by Mouse. And I have to say that it's the second time that I'm reading this in a workshop very thoroughly, and I get a lot more out of it. I understand everything much better, because the first time I went there with my, let's say, biases, and I have tried to explain this in a different way. But then I discovered this Marcel Enough quite recently, and what Enough says, interpreting a mouse, I think is very useful in saying that the gift, the logics of the gift has three aspects according to Mouse, which in a way are mandatory: giving, receiving, and also giving back. Why are they mandatory? They're mandatory because, if you want to establish a relationship, that's the basic condition. But originally, we are in a relationship. And we can see this in traditional, quote unquote, societies, archaic societies that we have studied. Not giving means even waging war, declaring war. And not giving back means it's an act of war. It's a declaration of war. I think this applies to everyone. This applies everywhere. To us too, it's not enough to just stand one by the other or be one next to the other. When you meet someone in the elevator, a stranger, you can either have friendship or war. So either you say hi or you don't say hi. If I say hi, I will say, okay, I recognize you. You're here with me in the elevator. You're another human being right here in front of me. I acknowledge you. I acknowledge you as a brother, as a friend, or whatever. If I do not greet you, if I do not say hi, it's not just the fact that I did not greet you, but I do not acknowledge that individual. I refuse to acknowledge that individual in the elevator with me. And therefore, the gift means to acknowledge a request for recognition, acknowledging the others as someone who matters. It means you're important to me. So the relationship between generations, and seeing this as a relationship based on giving, means that the relationship should be then considered as a covenant, as an alliance, as a request, as logics whereby giving is something that's mandatory, and also giving, and also in giving back, right, and accepting, it is all mandatory in a way. I do not have a recipe how to get back to this point. But this anthropological analysis of the gift, and if we follow Mao's school, this can help us to carry out an analysis. The first recipe, the first step to change something is to analyze things. What is missing now? People are in this is the current generation. Another Frenchman states that Marcel, they're all called Marcel, Marcel Gauchet. Marcel Gauchet says, well, our generation, people nowadays live as if they were the last generation on Earth. They live as if they were the last generation. They do not want to transmit anything, giving their heritage. They're thinking that life ends with them. That's it. Which is also a way of not acknowledging, or to then refuse to acknowledge their parents. And this can be seen in the way in which we fail to take care of our own parents, in a way. So this is the situation. People think that, okay, we're the last generation, and if this is the problem, I do not have a recipe, but I would like to encourage you and tell you, well, you know, at the end of the day, what matters is the most important question in our lives at the end of the day is, have I been fruitful? Have I passed anything on to the next generation? Have I passed life on? And we should not be deceived, because it's a deceit that tries to convince us that what matters more is what we produce than what we generate. This is deceitful, right? So if we could taught young people this, that what matters is to generate, that would be very helpful.
Grazie. E un'altra ultima domanda.
The final question. Oh, you need to reply. That's right. I should like to put a question to Professor Bourdain. We've heard about the liturgy of the family. In Europe, we're talking about the crisis of faith. I prefer to speak of the conversion of faith. However, in Africa, we see a boom of faith, a boom of churches. So, as a pastor, what are the pastoral practices in a family where the word of God no longer creates unanimity amongst all of, even in the inheritance we received from our parents, because we have families with different faiths. how can we speak of this ecclesiology in this environment? What is the ecclesiological model we could use? Would you like to reply, Professor Triani? I'll be very concise. I don't have an exact picture of the existing research. I will have to consult my colleagues, such as Professor Simeone, who's researching that aspect. Concerning the pastoral experiences, I am familiar with micro pastoral experiences at the parish level. There are parishes working in this direction, for instance, in accompanying the children's sacramental life, in accompanying the children to receiving sacraments. The families are involved, and the families themselves are accompanied in sharing narratives, not only in going over the doctrine, and also within the framework of movements and associations. Those are the micro experiences I am familiar with. There is no overall, all-encompassing approach. These are micro experiences at the levels of parish churches or within the framework of associations. Thank you. Concerning the issue of the boom of faith in Africa that you mentioned, true, there is a boom of faith, but in diversity. It's a boom of evangelical churches. The point that the organizers of this conference worked with was the relationship between family and church. And I addressed it starting with the family in the way of Pope Francis. He speaks of families in Amoris Laetitia. And this has an impact in terms of the conversion of the church. In other terms, a church becoming more open to others. So here lies part of the reply as far as Africa is concerned, because, of course, that's my opinion. There's more diversity than when the African church, or rather African churches, developed the ecclesiological model of church as family of God. There's also a crisis of family in Africa, I understand from what I am reading, because the difficulty in accessing marriage, couples whose members live in different countries because of their professional needs, etc. There are so many changes going on. However, the ecclesiology of the church as a family of God has not changed, in my view. So I really think that the work to be done is to pick up on this image of the church as the family of God in the plural, because there's more diversity now. And secondly, to rebuild the church's model as family of God, faced with the changes that are going on within the family. It seemed to me that all the presentations, but in particular that of Professor Paris. Well, Paris. I was born in Paris. Just joking. I thought that it was very interesting, even for Africa, to take the new challenges of inheritance in today's world in order to rethink the theological places, even in Christology. And this holds true for ecclesiology. That would be a big issue, big question. But this is all I can say today. Thank you. So this concludes our discussion, which is one of the many good practices. Also, another good practice was something that we took up at this institute, accompanying families. So we now conclude the discussion. This was a discussion and a whole conference on tradition. So the gift we have received needs to be handed on. So now I'll hand this over to Professor Sequeri, the head of the Gaudium et Spes chair here at this institute. Good, thank you. As I take leave from all of you, first of all, I wish to thank all of the panelists who generously committed their competencies to this conference. I admire this a great deal. We all perceived that they did not limit themselves to adapt their competence to the topic. Rather, they have been on a quest for precision, for exactitude, conducting their own research, for instance, on midlife. I am very admired. I'm full of admiration. We need to clarify this topic, which is strategic as much as it's elusive. It needs to be better put into focus. What Professors Perez-Soba and Professor Kampowski just said are proof to the fact that we need more research. But anyway, according to Professor Pagazzi's suggestion, Professor Pagazzi was the admirable coordinator of this conference. So we need to clarify the two research approaches that I think are important, the two important perspectives. So research approaches, identifying the subjects in the plural of this bequest or donation, tradition and inheritance. Tradition is a donation, the giving, the bequest. Even when you're not there, you continue in what is left at your disposal. In other terms, the subjects were identified as the subjects in the midlife, an age of life where you're at the same time involved with the care of the previous generation and the care of the next generation. In other terms, when you're committed to your elderly parents and your young children. And this holds true for families and for the society at large. But we should never forget that at this stage in the life cycle, people are also in the midst of establishing themselves professionally, financially, in family terms, in social terms. This is not to be taken for granted. You need to work in order to establish yourself. So yesterday, in the past, the support of these three elements prevailed. professional commitment, the care for the next generation, and the previous generation supported each other in the cohesion of the patriarchal family. In this day and age, this becomes a lot more problematic. In this sensitive age, midlife, we have our best energies, but also we're carrying a burden that we didn't have to shoulder in the past. And this for many reasons, of course. So we need to be aware of that, and that pastoral care needs to pay attention to this. They don't need to call the persons in midlife to arms, as it were. The second research approach has to do with the processes of a bequeathing, of giving, tradition, and inheritance. These processes impact in a differentiated but converging way the family dynamics of education, the forms of socialization, and the various phases of life. These are not states, they are processes. They are ongoing. And all of these levels may be in a conflict amongst themselves. In the past, again, the overlap or juxtaposition prevailed. The family dynamics of education, the forms of socialization, the development of faith supported each other. Now the distances have increased among them. And here too, I mean, we need to pay attention to this too, if we are to be unrhetorical, if we are to make this dialectic into a stimulus so that it becomes our ministry, our service of faith. That is the service of faith today. The exploration of the intersections between subjects and processes of inheritance and tradition has highlighted some constants. So here is the proposal. I've mentioned the problematic dimensions, now the proposals. And these exist in theology, in anthropology, and in intelligent pedagogic and pastoral experiments. So these are our two focal points now. First, we have emphasized tradition inheritance as a process. It's more than an act of testimony or profession of faith. This process involves a preparation and an accompaniment. The delivery must leave room for appropriation. The testament can be integrated and rewritten, as we know. So the miraculous biblical canon of faith introduces this constant into the process. There's not only the revelation of truth and commandments, but there is a process which is unprecedented. And it has its space in the long daily frequentation of God and of the people who are destined to the testifying to the faith. True, God freed the Hebrews from slavery in Egypt, but all of that alliance, all of that covenant is constantly rewritten. And this is the treasure trove of biblical revelation, which does not exist in other faiths. In no other faith is there such a long history of revelation and commandment in accompaniment to all of the stages of a people's life. The beauty of this handing down depends on the frankness of with which the previous generation confesses. That's the history of God's accompaniment. And biblical scriptures, including the New Testament, preserve this approach that we have lost. And they show that at every page you turn. At every page in the scripture you turn, the scripture says, here is what has been revealed to us, given to us, and here's what we failed to understand and what we betrayed. There is no other text which is so straightforward and frank. This is in saying, this is the best we are leaving behind. This other thing, well, forget it. We are a bit ashamed of it. The second line of development that I can see, that I can imagine, is the following. There has been an indication, a suggestion of a narrative analogy between family stories and ecclesial stories. And the strong point of all of this is the celebration of the Eucharist, which needs to be rediscovered. It's not only a ritual of fidelity, it's a place where the stories of life and the story of God meet. Usually, family stories bring together a rightful pride and a disenchanted relativization of the genealogy. We remember our grandparents, we mention their defects, but, accept them. The Christian community is exhausted of having to defend itself, to resist the attacks of modernity. And so the Christian community has a harder time. It is tried in a harder way. Not only that, but it is now internalizing the worst aspects of family breakups. And I'm thinking of party feuds, children's resentment, disappointment of the fathers, the jealousy of the mothers. So we need to bring back to the fore the style of Jesus Christ, the desire of the Spirit, the covenant of midlife and the ministries of the community. This is a kairos for our time. Our relatives, our parents may have made many errors, but we're also proud of them. And so let us bring to the fore the positive parts. This kairos is fruitful for both the family and the church, but it should be well prepared without any rhetoric. We should recall that all of the injunctions that we're recently associating with the baptism is too much. It sounds like a contract or a compact that the overwhelming majority of our interlocutors never signed. The gospel, baptism, Christian culture, the service of society, it's way too much. Our generations have learned that baptism frees them from sin and makes them children of God. That's a lot. That's a great deal to start with, without adding all of that list of other contractual clauses. We need to be more generous. We need to establish our covenant there where we are. We should not treat the believers as mini religious, mini consecrated persons. We must also believe more deeply in the fact that the signs of tradition, inheritance of faith, must be able to become inscribed within the horizon experienced in midlife, which is full of energies, but also of burdens and of challenges. Their model is not the model of the professor nor of the politicians, not that of, and the model of their practice of the tradition of the faith is not the model of the religious, the consecrated religious person or the catechism teacher. There is no need to access ordained ministry to reactivate this covenant. So reactivating this covenant between the family, which stands at the crossroads of generations, competing for eternal youth, and the Christian community, which stands in the kairos of the reconciliation with Jesus' inheritance. Well, all of this is not impossible after all. If we look at it with the realism of faith and of human experience, it's not at all impossible. It's not such a huge task. It's not 500 pages of things to be done. It is possible after all. Returning faith to the daily experience of God's love here is by now a point of honor for the church. And the church should make its bonds more sound, no matter how hardly they are tried, and let God assist, and may God assist us in this, so that we may respond to this vocation. Thank you very much. This is the experience of tradition, and each one of us can transmit hand down what he or she has received. Thank you all very much. Until next time.
Recording stopped.